Welcome to Dubai. We've reached the end of the season, and what a great season it's been.
Matt Fitzpatrick, victory at Valderrama.
Tyrrell Hatton, Rolex Series number 4. Morikawa is the Open champion.
Richard Bland is finally a winner. Dreams do come true.
40 events around the world, and now it all comes down to this.
Seve Ballesteros, number 1.
Rory wins the race to Dubai. He wins the DP World Tour Championship.
John Rahm from Spain. He's won the race to Dubai.
It's Lee Westwood who takes the tape in Dubai. Race to Dubai champion for the 3rd time.
2 trophies, 1 new Race to Dubai champion. Welcome to the DP World Tour Championship.
And welcome to the European Tour Betcast, live from day 2 of the DP World Tour Championship at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. My name is Kit Alexander. I'm joined by Warren Humphreys, and there's just a little look at the state of play. As we heard, the 40th and final event of the season, the 4th and final Rolex Series event of the season, and big points available. A lot to be decided, Warren. Our feature groups feature that man today, Ian Poulter. We'll also be having a look at Garrick Higgo alongside Thomas Pieters, going out at 9:15 a.m. local time. That's in just about 14 minutes time. Ian Poulter will be alongside Min Woo Lee. And Warren, 4 exciting players for us to take in this morning.
Yes, just looking at Ian Poulter there, it almost looks like he's going to a dress dinner rather than going out on the course here, but working hard there with Peter Cowan. Noticed yesterday in the practice round, or the day before rather, in the practice round, certainly worried about his game, so I don't think he's got his A game with him this week. Seems to be having a lot of thoughts going through the head about how to play. But yesterday, he hit 14 greens in regulation. Maybe just not quite close enough, didn't putt too well. But Poulter's going to be in the company of Min Woo Lee. Now, he is an exciting player to watch. Garrick Higgo and Thomas Pieters, well, 2 absolutely fantastic young guns. So yes, it's going to be a brilliant day.
Yeah, Min Woo Lee, 5th in the race to Dubai coming into this final event. So one of a handful of players still with hopes of taking the whole thing. He does need to win today or this week to get the job done. So after a level par opening round, the Australian Min Woo Lee has work to do. He needs a big one today. Ian Poulter, of course, 45 years old, turned pro in 1995. 385 European Tour starts under his belt, 12 wins, 34th in the race to Dubai, and of course 7 Ryder Cup appearances. He's absolutely synonymous with the Ryder Cup, isn't he, Warren?
Well, yes, for the European side, he is a talisman. Here is a man that's had a fantastic time of it at the start of his career. Garrick Higgo, 3 wins so far this year, 2 in Europe, 1 on the PGA Tour. Doesn't come much better than that if you're, just 22?
He started last year outside the top 450 in the world rankings. Got that win in the Open de Portugal, the dual Challenge Tour and European Tour event. That got him his full card on the European Tour. And as you say, well, he has just kicked on incredibly well this year. Those 3 wins coming in a spell of just 5 starts through the summer. What is it that you're really impressed by in his game?
Well, I think his game is good. He's obviously hits at huge distances, but he is one of the coolest characters around. I think his temperament is just phenomenal, and it's a little bit like this guy. This is Minwoo Lee, another prodigious hitter of the golf ball, hits it absolutely 2 country miles. And what's impressive about this guy, he is really confident. If you talk to him about, well, how are you playing? Well, I'm playing great, I'm playing really well. And he doesn't do it in a big-headed fashion, it's just a matter of fact.
Just 23 years old, born in Perth in Australia. His sister Minji plays on the LPGA Tour. She got a major this year at the Evian Championship. Only 52 European starts, a couple of wins, and as we said, 5th in the Race to Dubai ranking. So it's been a big year for him, and he started the season with 4 missed cuts as well. There has been a little bit of inconsistency, but when he's good, he's really, really good.
Yes, no major win for him this year, but he did win a Rolex event, and they are big tournaments. Winning in Scotland, the Scottish Open, ARBDN Scottish Open.
Yeah, his major debut this year came at the Open Championship, his first appearance in one of the big 4. Missed the cut there, but I think he's a name that we will see a lot in the big events through the years, and certainly contending. A little look down on the Earth course here, Warren.
Yeah, having a look at the front 9. There is the second 9 on the other side of the course. A little bit more sporty, the back 9. It tends to be the more area where you can pick up some birdies, and that iconic finish, 17, the island green, then 18 with the creek that runs down the middle of the fairway, always has an exciting finish to this tournament. I do not expect this year to be any different.
Yeah, that back 9 played just over half a shot easier than the front 9 yesterday, and you pointed to those closing couple of holes, the par 3 17th and that par 5 18th. We saw birdie eagle finishes yesterday, but also a few bogey finishes, so a volatile stretch.
Yeah, and I get the feeling today they have tucked the flags, a lot of them at the back of the green, a lot of them on some severe edges. We did note the greens not quite as quick as in previous years. The temperatures out there are absolutely sparklingly hot, and that's having an effect on the grass, so a little bit of extra water being put on the course, and I think that's trying to keep it cool.
Look at the stats there from Minwoo Lee, just 6 of 14 fairways hit, and that's the story of his game, really. He is prodigiously long off the tee, averages 311.11 yards in driving distance this season. That is enough to be 11th on the European Tour. But down at 101st in fairways hit, hits just over half on average through the year. That's the story of the game. But he's got a magical short game as well, hasn't he? Really good around the greens. Every birdie counts this year. Minwoo Lee's made plenty of them. At the DP World Tour Championship this week, every birdie results in a €75 donation to UNICEF's COVAX facility. It's €100 for every eagle, and if we get an albatross, that is €1,000 towards that charity. Every Birdie Counts campaign has supported UNICEF throughout the 2021 season. It's an integral part of the European Tour's Golf for Good programme. So important. The Tour has such an impact wherever it goes around the world. And you can donate to UNICEF's COVAX facility. Visit europeantour.com for more information. So that's how the DP World Tour Championship stands after the opening round. And Rory McIlroy, it was an electric start yesterday. Birdie eagle, and he sits atop the pile. He's 13-8 outright favourite, as you would expect, after that sparkling opening round here in Dubai. There's a little look at the trophy. That's what the Race to Dubai winner will take. The one on the right there, the tournament champion, will be lifting that on Sunday afternoon. And based on the scoring that we saw yesterday, Warren, and it was very good, I guess we're expecting to see plenty more fireworks in our Betcast live coverage this morning with 4 excellent players in our featured groups, Warren.
Yes, I think the scoring will be good. As I said earlier, I think some of the pin locations, though, today are a little bit harder than yesterday. They're certainly on the back parts of some of the greens, so it's going to be playing its full length. But these guys are so good. They've been playing this course now for a number of years, so they will have worked out how to manage it. They will have seen the pins overnight, form their course plan or their tactics about how they're going to go about making a few birdies here. But they may be harder to come by.
First look at Thomas Pieters there, a winner in his last start just a couple of weeks ago at the Portugal Masters. It had been a steady season for him, consistent, lots of top 20s, top 25s, but hadn't really contended too often, so great to see him get over the line in Portugal a couple of weeks ago. An undoubted talent, someone that was touted as a potential future world #1. He's still only 29 years of age, so plenty of golf ahead of him. We mentioned Rory's fantastic start. Joachim B. Hansen picking up right where he left off, the Abu Dhabi Championship on the Fire course, the other course here at the Jumeirah Golf Estates last week, carrying that form in. The Finn, Tapio Pulkkinen, Christian Bezuidenhout out as well. Martin Keimer and Sergio Garcia, who were a part of our Betcast live coverage yesterday, 4 under par. It was a roller coaster for Keimer, 8 birdies in there. But that's been the story of his game at this course. Plenty of birdies, but drop shots as well. Sergio Garcia, short game looked good. He looked assured on the greens, didn't he, Warren, Garcia, yesterday?
Yeah, it's interesting. Garcia and Keimer, good friends, of course, playing together today. That'll be interesting to see how they go about their business, but both looked very impressive. Certainly Garcia looked more impressive over the back 9. It took him about 9 holes to really get his game warmed up, and then he really did fire. But so impressed with the resilience of Keimer yesterday. Every time he dropped a shot, managing to bounce back, and that's really good to see. 8 birdies in the round. It's those drop shots.
Saw Collin Morikawa filtering through there. The race to Dubai #1 as it stands, an opening round of 4 under par. And with Billy Horschel there, well, he's picked up an early birdie today, but it was an opening 74 for Horschel, the man at #2 in the race to Dubai. Any of the other players in contention for that have to win the tournament, so every chance it develops into a 2-horse race between the 2 Americans, and at the moment it's Morikawa in pole position to become the first ever American to claim that race to Dubai crown. And it'll look there, Danny Willett and Bernd Wiesberger just bringing up the rear, so there are a few players out on the course already. They went out yesterday in reverse race to Dubai order. A redraw today based on yesterday's opening rounds, so the players will be taking a look at. They're at level par and 1 over par. Warren, how significant would it be for an American like Collin Morikawa or Billy Horschel to be the first from their country to claim that race to Dubai?
Oh, I think it would be a milestone,
It's a good idea,
and certainly be a very impressive achievement.
Right, first odds of the day then. Who's going to have the low round in Game 7? Garrick Higgo and Thomas Pieters. Well, Pieters is the slight favourite at 11-8 on. Not much in it though. Garrick Higgo 11-10 on. Where's your money going today, Warren?
I think I'm going to put it on Pieters. I just fancy the way that he's going about things. We just have a look at some of the hardest holes on the course. But I think the way they played yesterday, kind of interesting. I mean, they're both hitting pretty much the same number of fairways. Higgo, 1 less green in regulation than Pieters, but he putted slightly better. But I think overall, I think the win for Pieters in the Portugal Masters recently, a couple of weeks ago, he's a little bit more on form than Higgo. Higgo may be just coming to the end of a long season for him.
Well, let's get down to the first tee with our announcer, Alistair Scott.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. This is game number 6. On the tee from South Africa, Garrick Higo.
And there are the odds for the score on this opening hole for the South African Garrick Higo. Par is the favourite at 5-2 on 18-5 birdie or better. 9-2 bogey or worse. Is this a pretty birdieable hole to start with, Warren?
Well, it is, but he's got off to a slow start yesterday. Bogeyed the hole. Last year he had 3 pars and 1 birdie. He's only played this tournament once before.
On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Pieters.
I have to say I'm with you, Warren, on Pieters winning this match. He's also 5-2 for the par, 7-2 birdie or better, 11-2 bogey or worse. And yeah, Pieters is carrying the better form into this week. Higo's form has just dropped off a touch after that PGA Tour win at the Palmetto Championship.
Yeah, he's birdied this hole 9 times in his career. And that's nicely on the fairway. Pin is back left today, but that's okay. Anything on the fairway here gives you the chance to go at some of these flags and get the pin. Get at the pin, I should say. And there's a big man in the resurgence of Pieters, Adam, his caddy. Man who's really works hard for Pieters, keeps him on track. And when he has been a little bit explosive mentally, he's just said to him a couple of times, cool down, cool down.
He was 4 over par on the front 9, Thomas Pieters, yesterday. 4 bogeys, no birdie, so it was a slow start, but he did recover pretty well. He's going to need to make a faster start today if he's going to claw his way back into this tournament. Starting where they are and getting out there pretty early, what do you think they realistically need to shoot, Warren, to give themselves any hope going into the weekend?
Well, I think they'll be looking at, you know, if they can get round 65, 66, I mean, they'll play each shot for what it's worth, but definitely they'll be looking to go as low as they possibly can. And, you know, 65 and 66 is possible around here. You've got to play the par 5s well. That is absolutely key, and that's why Matt McIlroy does so well. I mean, McIlroy's start yesterday of birdie eagle. He was able to go at that front flag yesterday, which was so difficult for most people. He could get at it with a 5-wood and get the ball to land softly, and that's a huge advantage. There's so many shots on this course which play uphill to greens that you can't quite see, so height and carry is so important. You need to launch it in the air.
Yeah, the weather was good yesterday for scoring as well. A little bit warmer than usual at this time of year out here in Dubai. Temperatures getting up to around the 30 degrees centigrade mark at their hottest through the middle of the day. A little bit cooler early on now. It's just about 9:18 local time, but it will heat up. Not too much wind out there yesterday either, just a light breeze really. Are you expecting something similar today in terms of the weather?
Yeah, probably. I don't expect gale force winds, but you know, a little bit of breeze getting up later morning will just help to keep them a little bit on the cool side. Just looking at the figures though for Pieters in each round, previous occasions that he's played here, 68 in rounds 1, 2 and 3 is his lowest. He did shoot 67 in the final round one year. He's never scored worse than 75, 3 74s in rounds 1, 2 and 4. So that's the sort of a spread of shots that we've had with him, whereas Higo only played this tournament, as I said, once before, but last year in the second round, 77 he shot, which is a pretty poor score. But he has shot 66, bounced back last year after the 77 was 66, so he is very capable player.
Yeah, it's not an ideal start, that tee shot down the right hand side into the trees and that iconic red bark mulch for Higo. I guess the one thing you would say in his favour is at least he's got a decent angle into that back left pin.
Yeah, and you can see how everything just floats down. So if you hit it down the spine in the middle, will take the contours to that flag. So definitely chance.
Yeah, he's got that very large tree not too far in front of him by the looks of it.
So one thing about Higo is he's so long, but if he does get it slightly awry, it goes a long way offline. Now, what do you think of those trousers there, By? Are they a little bit more evening wear than golfing attire?
I was thinking they're quite tame by the standards of some of the stuff we've seen from Ian Poulter through the years. A few of those Open Championship outfits that he's worn, the trousers with the Union Jacks on. I think there was a pair with a big picture of the claret jug down on the bottom third of the trousers, I remember. Does like to dress for the occasion, doesn't he, Poulter?
Oh, yes. Now, he was signaling across. I don't know whether he was saying, can he get a drop? I don't know. Shouldn't be any reason unless there's some sprinkle ahead there.
35 hole. 105.
I haven't quite seen the ball yet. There it is. It's not too bad line. He's actually so crooked that he's right of the bark mulch and on the grass, which might be a decent break as we see Peters hit his approach.
11-5 for birdie for Peters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Flying. Exactly. See a shot. Yeah.
Well, this is not going to be much more than a wedge for him. He hits the ball a long way, maybe a 9-iron. Needs to get it up fairly quickly. Just hope he doesn't get one coming out of this grass a bit hot.
Of course, one of the benefits of his quick swing speed that gives him that power and distance off the tee is that he can probably take more loft than others could from there, but not getting it to the green.
It's a little bit surprising because he had plenty of room to get over the front bunker, so he's certainly out of distance there. Maybe got the yardage wrong.
By a 12-time European Tour winner from England, Ian Poulter.
Poulter making his way to the tee. Minwoo Lee already there just ahead of him, and for this man Garrick Higo, well, we're going to get to see a bit of the short game now, and if there is a slight weakness in the Arsenal, statistically at least, it would be the short game around the greens. Losing shots on the field, minus 0.14 in strokes gained around the green on the European Tour this season. But he does make up for it, I guess, by being the best putter on the European Tour. Yeah, those 3 wins, as we mentioned, coming pretty quickly. 28th in the race to Dubai coming into this week. His playing partner today, Thomas Peters, just 1 spot behind him, 29th in the race to Dubai. Born in Johannesburg, South Africa. Of course, the most successful South African golfer of all time, Gary Player. And he's been an important mentor to Higo as he's made his journey through the amateur ranks and now successfully into the professional game. Here's a look at the lie, Warren.
Well, the lie's perfect, isn't it? Bunkers here, though, a little bit strange. It's it can be a little bit it's not like crushed marble, but very hard to get the ball to spin. So this is definitely going to release out of here. He's going to be pitching, I'm sure, pretty well 3/4 of the way there, and may just use the downslope to run it down to the hole.
5-2 on that he gets up and down to save his par.
Try and run on down.
And he's going to have to hold, well, that about a 10-footer if he's to do so. Game 7 is Ian Poulter and Minwoo Lee. Alistair Scott will be welcoming them onto the first tee.
right then, gentlemen, thank you. This is game number 7. On the tee from England, Ian Poulter.
Odds at the top there. Oh, well, it's a dead tie. Both 6-5 on for who's going to have the lowest round today.
Ooh. Don't think we've ever had that in our odds program before, so going to equal each other.
The bookies can't separate them. Poulter 4-1 to open with a birdie. Minwoo Lee did have the advantage in terms of scoring yesterday. He shot 72 to this man's 73, if we can take anything from that. So 3-wood for Poulter.
I'm going for Minwoo Lee in this. In terms of going to be a better
Rolex
score.
Series winner at the Aberdeen Scottish Open in July. On the tee from Australia, Minwoo Lee.
Well, like in the first group, I tend to agree with you, Warren. I just think Minwoo's power around this golf course, where it is an advantage, is going to stand him in good stead.
I just think he's feeling more confident with his game. Poulter definitely a little bit unhappy with things.
Straight down to pick up the tee, Lee. Didn't quite see that come to rest, but in a similar position to Poulter's tee shot, just by the looks of it. So a little look at the leaderboard in the bottom right-hand corner here at the DP World Tour Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast. Those leading players will be out a little later. And for the 4 in our coverage this morning, they're going to need something special to get themselves up that leaderboard and into contention alongside some of these players.
Up ahead on the green, Peters for an opening birdie. Down the slope, quickish putt. Oh, what a start. Now that will do his confidence no end of good. Freeing himself up with all the thoughts. He's not trying to think technically about his putting these days. I think that is going to help him enormously.
Yeah, he just barely got that one started down the slope, didn't he? Minwoo Lee, you can see the stature there. He's not a massive fella, not much bigger than Poulter, but will be bashing it past his playing partner today. Higo with this to save his par.
2 days in a row starts with a bogey. Not what you want, because if you can get off to a good start here, if you can par or birdie the first, the next is a par 5. So I'm sure Peters will be thinking now birdie birdie start, and he'll be away and flying.
Ian Poulter was doing a lot of work on the range on his driver earlier this week. Had a few out there, was tinkering around with things. He even added a little bit of lead tape on the bottom of the shaft. I think the idea with that, he was trying to keep the high launch, but get the flight just flattening out a touch at its apex, at its highest point.
Now that is some tinkering. Yeah.
He was getting some pretty good numbers on the launch monitor though, so he averages 285.2 yards off the tee on the PGA Tour in the most recent full season played. It's 185th out there in America. You know, by modern standards, that's not a big hit.
285 is nowadays is really quite short. That's tough on a course like this, as we see Higo, par 5, slightly uphill tee shot over the brow of the hill. And again, pitching it in the rough, which means you don't get too much run. You might get 15, 20 yards of run, or even on this hole, pitching uphill if you can find the fairway.
A little bit of overcorrection, I think, from the miss right on the opening hole. Well, there are the very sociable tee shots of Min-Woo Lee and Ian Poulter. Just a yard further into the pin here for Poulter, so he'll be going first.
Right half of the fairway, so beautiful line straight down at the flag.
Got to carry that though to get over that ridge.
Well, we saw Peter's birdie.
Yeah. So pitching what? 65, 65, 66, yeah.
5 shorts, what's that?
66. 5 short, 66. Aggressive to your target. Perfect club.
Poulter was 4-1 for the birdie on the tee, so the odds have come in a little bit to 18-5 after that tee shot.
Trying to pitch it coming down the hill. 166, that should be just a comfortable 8-iron.
Come left. Come left.
So safely aboard and just about pin high. But that's going to be a pretty quick putt when it gets around the hole.
Not overly close, that's the problem I think he found yesterday. He had quite a few greens, but you've really got to be inside 20 feet if you want to hold something.
Which is what, 148? Yeah. Just a nice one of those, yeah.
7-2, birdie or better for Min-Woo Lee. What are his chances here, Warren?
Well, he's trying to pitch at 148, so this is just a comfortable wedge. May not even be the 48, could even be a gap wedge for him.
Maybe.
Looking good now. Good news for him, although he's not quite on the green, putting uphill, so he can be really aggressive with the putt.
Nice little bounce in off the cushion on the left there.
Yeah.
He is having a very good season, as you can see from that Race to Dubai ranking, and sometimes when things are going your way, you just get those little slices of luck when, if you're struggling, that one probably hangs up in the rough on the left there.
Yeah, it comes from Perth, Australia. It's pretty windy, Perth, so he knows how to play when conditions get a little rough, but absolutely ideal conditions out there today. At the moment, not a breath of wind.
So many of the Australian players brilliant when it gets windy.
Yeah, a lot of their courses obviously built around the very edge of the country. Sandbelt over on the east side. Perth being on the west gets full blast of some of those winds, and it can really blow there when the old doctor gets going.
So looking at how these two compare to one another, obviously we're going to have some nearest the pin odds coming a little later, some longest drives as well. Obviously you'd certainly favour Min-Woo Lee on the long drives, but it'll be interesting to see when iron play comes into effect who's going to have the best of it. Peter's going for it with the 3-wood on the second, the easiest hole on the course yesterday, this par 5, and he is 11-8 on for birdie or better. You'd have to favour that, although he's having a little lean after this one.
It's pin a bit more accessible today in the back section, so he's got a reasonable chance there for an eagle. This man can comfortably get home, won't need to go at this too hard, may even have too much club.
13-10, birdie or better for Higo.
Oh, hello. Now that's a friendly kick. I think we're going to see quite a few eagles on this hole today.
Yeah, when it kicked a little bit there, I was just wondering if that was good or bad, if it might have even got a little bit closer, if it had have kicked straight and then taken the slope, but still an excellent shot for for Garrick Higo, and a really good look at eagle. So Ian Poulter surveys his birdie putt here on the opening hole. Well, the bookies don't reckon he's going to hole it at 14-1 on. What do you say, Warren?
Yeah, it'll be a tough one to hole. Fair bit of break from left to right. See the different colours of the green. It's going to be with the shine as it turns down the slope, so it'll be quick. Green's running about 12 on the stint meter, but once you add a bit of slope into them and down grain, then they'll run sort of around the 13-14 mark on the stint meter down the slope, which is quicker than most average greens.
How much of a difference does that grain make? Because a lot of golfers in colder climates won't be used to seeing greens with grain on.
Well, this grain here won't, I mean, it will turn the ball a little, but as it's dying, but it won't turn it as much as the old greens down in South Africa. It's not that wiry sort of grass. But in terms of speed, of course, it's enormous, because the slower the ball goes across the green, the more it's going to break. For Minwoo Lee coming up the slope into a bit of grain, therefore there'll be less break because he needs to hit it harder and slightly firmer, so quicker across the green.
Just keep an eye on the first foot or so of this, if it pops up in the air or rolls smoothly.
Bobbled a bit, jumped. So good over the fences.
Yeah, you can see when it hops up like that, takes pace out of it and just comes up a touch short, but taps in for his par, Minwoo Lee, on the opening hole. So he stays at even. A bit more work left in this for Ian Poulter than he would have hoped. Just about 3 feet for his 4.
He's getting on in years now, but he's never one to have suffered from any strange putting actions. Everything's kept very simple, normally one of the best hole-outers in the game.
Well, it's because it's worked for him, isn't it? When players tend to mess around with grips and putter setups, it's because it's not gone well on the greens, and that really is where Ian Poulter has shone through the years. This man, Thomas Pieters, can be a little inconsistent on the greens. His ball striking's usually exemplary. See the little bit of slope he's got to deal with here just by the paces his caddy was taking to get up that hill, so it's going to pick up plenty of speed early in its journey, this eagle putt.
Yeah, I think he's just worried about the bit of fringe grass. He's got to go so close to the edge of the green. Again, it might just cause the ball to bobble or be thrown offline. So again, some players might be tempted to chip this, take out some of that slope. He thinks he might just be able to run it enough down the edge of that fringe grass.
Pretty orthodox putting grip for Thomas Pieters.
He did run it over the fringe, but he got a smooth roll.
Yeah, he could just not quite hit it high enough to stop it breaking below the hole without really dicing with danger by putting through quite a bit of that apron. Higo has this very makeable look for his eagle. It's 4-1, but he holds it. Well, let's say he does. Let's go for the ultimate bounce back from that opening eagle.
Go on, go on, go. Oh! Now that's grain for you. That's just as it slowed down, it just pushed it away. We saw that a couple of times yesterday. If you have a little bit more pace, maybe that might have kept its line.
As that was 3/4 of the way there, I was counting my winnings. Tap in for birdie though, and Garrick Higgo gets that shot that he dropped on the first hole back immediately on the par 5 second. Peters also for his birdie 4. Yeah, well done, rattled in with a bit of pace. And the Belgian is now 1 under par for the round and back to level par for the tournament. One under for the top. I'd forgotten he birdied the first, Warren.
I'm surprised at you, Kit. You're normally all over that.
Tell you what, I was getting muddled up. But yeah, so great start for Thomas Peters. Birdie. 1 under par for the tournament, and that's how things stand at the DP World Tour Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast, live from the Earth Course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates. Look at the third hole, Warren.
Yes, quite interesting. The bunker down there, the left half, they're at 294. That's very much in play. That used to be right in the middle of the fairway, but the rough's grown in more down the left side. Large green, and again you can see where they've tucked the flag. They're not giving the players much room. That is as hard and as far right as you can go. So if you can get it near to that bunker down the left half of the fairway, would give you the best angle in.
Who's going to win the hole then? 11 to 8 on. Peters the favourite after that birdie start. Higgo at 21 to 20. Looks like he's lost this one right a little bit though. So Peters favourite to win this hole of the two before a ball was struck, but the door ajar now for Higgo.
Well, if that had stayed on the fairway, that would have been absolutely prime. It's still a very good line to the hole, but going in the rough, is he going to get enough spin from there?
It's just where you think you can get it.
So Poulter just up on the top of the hill there, plays slightly downhill this second shot into the second.
Missed the green left. That doesn't leave it back. Yeah, it opens up the chip. Yeah.
Interesting there. So they always work out, players always work out in their mind's eye, A, where they want to land it, what's the ideal shot, but they also want to know, where can I miss it? Where do I not want to go? And today you don't really want to go right. If you miss it, missing it a little bit left gives you the opportunity to still have a chip. So he doesn't want it to go left, but if it's going to go anywhere, better left than right.
And playing from a very similar position than the tee shot yesterday, which he made birdie from.
Should be just short of that left track.
See, there's a huge difference. Not able to get up in 2. You know, the big guns around here won't have any problem at all today getting up here. So that's why he's always a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Memorably has 280 yards for his second shot. You've got a fancy birdie or better at 6 to 4 on from here. One.
Up there, but I think this is the right shot.
Yeah. Well, he was thinking about an iron.
The thing is, we can't miss it right though, can we? Like, it seems like there's not much room. Yeah, there's no room. Right?
Yeah. I mean, we're just trying to hit that cut up, and it's going to fly 235, 240, right? Okay.
I mean, I'm starting this like.
Really no.
You see that little tree on the left, like where the blue person's walking to?
Yep.
It's like it's got to start there.
Start there, yeah.
Is he starting it on a blue person? Is there a Smurf out there?
Well, he's starting it left, so he's going to take something off. This is cutting into a flag. He knows again he can't miss right. He's got a lot of club though. This is a very soft hit.
Quite a bit more.
Let it go.
Well, with a lot of club, has he just gone over the back of the green there potentially?
I don't know whether he's hit it too soft and it's come up short. I mean, he just gave that a tap. I mean, he didn't even go at it at all. Swing speed there was almost down to 0.
Great form coming into this week. Tied second at the Andalusia Masters at Valderrama, tied 8th at the Portugal Masters, and tied 4th last week at the Aviv Dubai Championship on the fire course on the same property here at the Jumeirah Golf Estates. So playing well, but he did mention last week when he was in contention over the weekend that he was feeling a little bit tired, played a lot of golf, a lot of travel this year.
He's not been home for 7 months. You know that drains you in the end, and he knows after this week he's going home. And if you start to think too much about next week, oh, I'm going home, I've got to go over there, you're not actually being in the present.
Well, hopefully he can frame it as just one more big week, one more push, put everything into it this week and then get home, because it could be a massive career-changing week for him if he can get the win. So Peter's just got into that slightly thicker rough on the right-hand side. 5 to 2 on for the par. Looks most likely going to be really hard to get this close from here.
Yeah, can't afford to be short. Bunkers short. So if anything, a little bit long. More room left. He's trying to throw that as high as he can. This is in the stratosphere. Oh, stay there. Don't go down the hill. Don't. Oh, that's going to be a mile away now. That's going to keep on going. We could talk for probably another 10 seconds. Oh no, it's halfway on the hill.
Here we go with a much better angle from the left-hand first little cut of rough. 11 to 4 on to make the par. 3 to 1 birdie or better. Oh, the camera focusing in on the bunker. Let's hope that's not where it's gone, because that is far from a straightforward up and down if it is. Ian Poulter just having a walk up to the green, just checking out where he wants to land this one.
Now I think we might see a bit of magic here. Now if there's a department of the game where this man is really strong, well, one of the strongest departments is his head. So between his ears he gets 100% out of his game normally, but from this sort of distance he's only thinking now up and down 4. Wouldn't surprise me actually if he's also thinking a little bit about 3.
So you're all over birdie or better at 21 to 20 on here. He's in the top 10 in strokes gained in around the greens and putting, Ian Poulter, so this is where he excels.
Yeah. It's so nice when you build a player up and he does exactly what you think he's going to do. And that, I mean, it's infinitesimal how much harder he would have had to hit that, but it was online. I mean, that was so online to the hole.
Yeah, it's a hole that he likes, 21 under par on it. in 45 rounds. We gave him the big build-up, I remember, on the Betcast at Wentworth on the 18th hole in the second round. And he had a little chip to the green for his third.
Don't.
And I don't want to take you back there, but we gave him the big build-up.
Yeah. He got it up and down the next time.
He chunked it straight in front of him, then got up and down, but ultimately ended up missing the cut by a single shot. So doesn't always work out, but
no.
Another man with an excellent short game, Minwoo Lee. And as you said, yeah, he took too much off it and he's come up short.
I don't know, I don't know exactly how tall he is, but he's probably near 6 feet. So it gives you an idea of how deep that bunker is. So this is tough bunker shot, 35 yards or so. Not too bad. It's okay.
Yes, the mistake really with the second shot there, finding the bunker, always going to be tough to get it close. Well, this is a fun one. How long do you reckon this is, Warren?
It's got to be about, I would have thought 60, 70 feet here, and up quite a big slope. So initially, first 10, 15 feet, going to have to hit it quite hard. Fair bit of break from right to left.
Well, as you can see, the 3-putt here, much more likely than a 1-putt. 4-1 that he 3-putts to make bogey or worse. Is there any hope at 33-1 that this goes in?
I'd stay away from that one.
I mean, I hate to say it, but you know, with 5-1 on for par, that's really short for the 2-putt. You might get a bit of value at 4-1 here for a 3-putt.
That's brilliant. That's a brilliant putt.
Yeah, that was really, really good pace control. So good to see a couple of birdies to start, and then that.
Poulter 3 feet. Minwoo Lee 11. So a very similar putt to the one that he had on the first hole. Slightly uphill into grain. This time doesn't have to worry about the fringe grass. He'll get a smooth roll. Boom, 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 boom. First birdie.
Averages just under 4.5 birdies around Minwoo Lee.
Now this must be for par for Higo. And look how far left he's aiming.
17-10 that this goes in. He is the best putter on the European Tour, and that's why.
Wow. That is some good-looking stroke, isn't it? Straight back, straight through, right down the line he was intending. Pace was perfect. Can't get much better than that.
Yeah, that combination will work 8 days out of the week.
It's amazing the number of really good putters that have come from South Africa. You know, you think of Bobby Locke, Gary Player, Ernie Els, Mark McNulty. My goodness me, I mean.
Poulter for his birdie to get back to level par for the tournament. And as you would expect, yeah, fantastic pitch and putt from just short of the green there. But, you know, we've spoken about the lack of distance off the tee for him and the strength that he has on and around the greens. Ranked 8th in strokes gained around the green, 3rd in strokes gained putting on the PGA Tour, Ian Poulter. He has to be that good in that department to continue to compete into his mid-40s, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, definitely. Just look at that leaderboard, Marcus Armitage. I really enjoyed the little piece the European Tour did on, you know, a day with Marcus Armitage at Dubai. What a fantastic lad he is.
He's got a great character, a really tough upbringing, didn't come from a golfing family, took up the game when his dad was owed a bit of money from someone. They couldn't quite afford it, so he gave them some golf clubs. It all sprung from there. Bit of a late bloomer as well, but making the most of it now.
And that piece on he's voted the most popular player on tour, and when you see it, and I recommend you go and watch it, you'll easily see why. Very humble, just a charming chap who is totally himself.
He's an incredible character, and I think what people like about him is the fact that he is living the dream. This was never a given for him, that he would make it to the European Tour, that he would be a winner, that he would have any of the great things that come along with being a professional golfer. He had to work for it every step of the way. It came late, and he has the appreciation of someone that's been through that journey. It's like how any other fan imagines it would feel to make it to the European Tour, because you weren't necessarily expecting it.
Yeah, go and watch him. Marcus Bullet Armitage.
And a hell of a player, by the way. He strikes it.
Yeah, a winner after, well, 33 years of age.
You want to pitch it about, the number you want to hit is 200. You want to hit that 200 number, don't you? The wind, like right to left, spread of health. I mean, I'm talking 2 or 3 metres, Thomas. So that 200 number's playing like 190. I think our number you want to feel is 197. To be very precise, 197.
Just don't smash it, just a normal one.
But it comes in high as well, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
245, but he's trying to hit it 197. So 197 for him is a very easy 5-iron. He'd have to smash the 6, so he's not going to do that. Plays downhill. Pin today in the bowl on the left, so he can bring it in from the right.
Bogey or worse, actually shorter odds than birdie or better.
Sit down.
Oh, he's looking good, Peters.
He's looking good, yeah. Well, birdie start, that immediately makes you feel good. Now you can relax into the round. Good shot here. This is a tough par 3. Should be a 6-iron here for Higo. Ooh, bit of body. Is it coming back?
Might have just missed the green left there. I think we heard it bounce, but it feeds off down there.
May have gone along in the bunker.
Just a little bit loose with the long game to start today, Garrick Higo.
Now I'm going to ask you the question, the shirt outside the trousers, is that something that you would do?
Do you know what? I noticed that from the very first tee, and I was going to point that question in your direction at some point today, Warren, but you've got in there first. I personally don't have a problem with it.
No, I mean, I'm afraid it's got to be shirt inside the trousers. I mean, it just looks a little bit too... He looks a little bit too relaxed there with it. I'd like him to concentrate a bit more, so tuck it in.
Do you think he'd be scoring better with it tucked in?
It's very trendy to look that way, I understand that. It's the youthful look, but... yeah, I definitely think it's a little bit on the loose side.
Well, we are in Dubai this week. Jumeirah Golf Estates in the United Arab Emirates. Well, it's an absolutely incredible city. Home to the Palm Jumeirah. There it is, you can see it from space. Dubai Marina as well, a district built along a 3-kilometre stretch of the Persian Gulf shoreline. Loads to see and do down there. The Dubai fountain near the Burj Khalifa is the world's largest choreographed fountain system, designed by the same company responsible for the fountain shows at the Bellagio Hotel Lake in Las Vegas. Population of 3.3 million. 16 million tourists visit every year. It's a great place to come and spend some time. Loads to do, Warren.
Yeah, plenty to do, and you'll be enjoying all those pleasures next week, because I know you're staying on for a week's holiday.
I am, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I've been to Dubai a few times working. It'll be my first chance to be a proper tourist out here. Looking forward to going to the Atlantis Water Park and a few restaurants, seeing that fountain show. That's on the agenda as well.
You're out into the desert.
Oh yes, a little bit of a local experience, a tour around the old town, get out into the desert. Might even try, is it sand surfing? You get on one of those boards and whiz down a dune.
I can tell you're loving it already. Now this is not great news for Poulter. Pin on the right, he's missed the fairway right in this bunker. See how steep the lip is, but I think he's got enough room that he can get the ball up and over the lip. It's not too bad, but the strike here has to be spot on. Said this a number of times yesterday. You just catch one of those grain of sand, a little bit sort of marbly, the sand in the bunkers here.
Lee is the slight favourite to win the hole of the two, with Poulter over here in the sand.
It is a perfect lie though, absolutely. Sitting on top of that sand there.
Online, I don't know whether
Seems to go at it pretty hard. He likes the line.
Oh, unlucky. Pitched right on the base of the downslope.
That might come back, is it?
Got a little bit of a shoot forward. A little unlucky, that.
Well, this is going to take all of his short game skill to get it up and down. He's gone for the high flopper. How good was that?
Very good. That's definitely a 9.5 out of 10, isn't it?
Yes.
Lee also in the bunker, but a little bit further up. 160 yards, 68 yards to the pin. He did bogey this hole in the opening round. He's 15 to 8 on to make his par. Is that enough value for you, Warren?
Well, I think the way that he's going at it, it's a very small area, going straight at the flag here.
Oh, get left. Oh, you hit it good too.
Ready? Back left.
Well.
Yeah, I've got it. Nice one, thank you.
Okay, gone a little long, but shouldn't be any problem for both those players to get it up and down, both having just missed the green by a tad.
Peters for his third birdie in the opening 4 holes today. Oh, and in it goes. A fantastic start for the Belgian.
Now, Peters has got the course by the throat here now. Now he's thinking, well, I've got a par 5 still to come on this 9. I've got the sporty back 9. Already he's thinking, I could have a really good day here.
And he's doing it while looking super cool with his untucked shirt.
Yeah. On the other hand, Higo is grinding. This is not an easy start for him at all. I thought this was a bit closer. It's a good 4.5 feet. Well done. That's a good up and down. But he's 4 behind. He's playing partner. Peters, well, he's not 4 behind, he's 3 behind.
He's up into the top 20 now, Thomas Peters, in a tie for 20th. 2 under par for the tournament. Abraham Answer, another early starter, has eagled the second to also get to 2 under par. So that's just 5 shots back of Rory McIlroy's lead. So whilst these guys are going out early in our featured coverage here on the European Tour Betcast, if someone like Thomas Peters can continue in the vein in which he started, he can get himself up onto the first page of the leaderboard, as these guys would be very early in their rounds. Adrian Maronk there, the first pole to get onto the European Tour. Great effort for him to make it to the DP World Tour Championship. He's had a really good season. And there is Thomas Peters just creeping onto the second page of the leaderboard in that tie for 20th with the 3 birdies in the first 4 holes. Good to see Robert McIntyre finding a bit of form as well. He's gone off the boil slightly the back end of this season, the left-handed Scot. Both Hogard twins making a good start. Rasmus there at 2 under par. So Minwoo Lee just a touch long out of the fairway bunker. Doesn't have to worry too much about getting this to the hole. The slope will help him. He might fancy this one. Well, that was uncharacteristically poor.
Yes, and it's always the way. I always felt a bit strange, you know you're playing with a guy who's a short game specialist. And if you don't produce a pretty good shot around the green, you do sometimes think, oh, I don't suppose he thinks that's very good. Looking up at Poulter.
Well, Lee himself is 3rd on the European Tour in strokes gained around the greens.
Is that with putting?
That's just the short game shots.
Yes, but I mean, it's a combination of chipping and putting.
It's not the strokes gained, that's just the short game stuff. So he's brilliant with the chipping, the pitching, the bunker play around the greens, anything inside 50 or so yards. So get down in 2 from here, 15 to 2 on for Poulter. You saw the severity of that slope. Barely needs to get this going.
Yes, you were missing the slight undercurrent. What I was trying to say with Minwoo, it's having played the shot, you still have to hole out with the putter. So is it more that the putter is helping him, or is it the combination of both?
Well, in terms of putting, he's pretty average, Minwoo Lee, in the nicest possible way. By that I mean strokes gained putting, he picks up 0.01 of a shot on the field per round, so he pretty much holes the putts you would expect him to. But this is no picnic for his par now.
It's a good start, nice par on the first, birdie the second. Don't want to give it away straight away, just made a nice birdie. So in terms of his round, quite an important putt. Pop this in, gives you a lot of confidence. This it becomes a bit frustrating. The weary way you pick it out the hole, that's a deflating putt.
Yeah, that telltale pat on the thigh of exasperation when they don't quite do what you expect. Peters with the 3-wood here on the 5th.
Very much a birdie hole. It's quite a wide fairway.
He's tucked his shirt in at the front for you, Warren.
Ah.
I reckon someone's gone down and told him, Warren Humphreys reckons you look a little bit scruffy, at least tuck half of it in.
Yeah.
But just finding the first cut of rough with that tee shot. Higo with the same club. 10 to 3 to make birdie or better, and it is a birdieable hole.
Yeah, not a bad pin to have, a little bit awkward, it's back left. So quite hard to throw the ball all the way to the flag.
On the dress codes issue, I know that obviously untucked shirts pretty rare to see actually from a tour player, but things like hoodies we're starting to see more and more. I remember Tyrrell Hatton won the BMW PGA Championship last year wearing a hoodie. Jordan Smith's worn one for a while. Plenty of other players as well. Of course, it's all kinds of uproar on social media and chatter at golf clubs, that kind of thing, but at the end of the day I don't think it really matters what you wear as long as you're adhering to the etiquette of the game, and ultimately we want to get as many people into golf as we can, and if relaxing dress codes a little bit does it, then what's the problem?
Yeah, I actually feel that's why I said ignore it, because I feel the opposite of what it's saying it should be. Yeah, well, you've got to play. We know from yesterday you've got to play what you feel. It switches around all the time. So if we're feeling that,
5-iron don't get there and 4's too much.
It's just a nice 4-iron. 5 don't get there. 215 carry anyway. It needs some help for that. So come on, commit to your shot. Only 5 off one. That's all.
Yeah, quite interesting. They're playing for a bit more yardage. They're playing for 215.
Yeah, a little cut.
Perfect.
Peters was playing for 197. That's quite a significant difference. So soft 4 here. Flag already on the left, and yet he's trying to cut the ball in. So he's made the shot a little bit harder himself.
Or a massive block cut. Sit down. Down.
Yeah. Once you start aiming left to a left flag and you know you can't go left, there's just that inbuilt little computer that says, oh, a little bit further right, thank you. And now he's 90 feet away.
Way too much of it.
Yeah, 5 off was enough.
Won't be the same club for this young man.
5 off, just cut one.
I've got the feeling there's got to be about a 6-iron. Can't think he's going to be hitting much more.
13-2 to make birdie or better.
That's come back down off the slope. Come off. Back. Go on. This could be good now. Nearly back to his pitch mark.
It is good, but in years past it might have been even better. The green's not quite as quick as they were last year and the year before that. They can get them up to easily around 13 here. They're just under 12 this year. And speaking to Grant Forrest earlier in the week, he was saying that's just meaning the ball isn't releasing off the slopes quite as much as it might. Peters with his second on the 5th.
This might release up a little bit because he's coming from the rough. Just mark me down for another birdie. Thomas Peters is absolutely flying. That's going to put him 4 under for the round, and he's still got a par 5 to come on this side. He is looking really good.
Do you know what? When that landed, I thought that might have a chance.
Yeah, we could be looking at a very special round here from Peters. Mid-60s, that would do his chances this week no end of good.
Ian Poulter striding up. Said he turned pro in 1995 earlier. Well, Min Woo Lee wasn't even born. Quite remarkable. And there is confirmation that the weather is absolutely splendid here. Clear blue, sunny skies, 28 to 30 degrees centigrade. And just that little bit of breeze in the forecast, 8 to 15 miles per hour. So not loads of it, but just enough to give them something to think about, Warren.
Yeah, I don't think it's blowing just yet. At that pace, there'd be a little bit there. I think they'd be grateful for it. A little bit of breeze out there help to keep them a little bit cool as well. Sometimes it's nice to have a breeze at that strength, just something to play against, something to use just to help you. It's a bit like having a putt. You never really want the straight putt. You'd rather have it, you know, right half or left half. You can use the whole hole, inside right, inside left.
Well, this one isn't straight for Garrick Higo. I can confirm Peters has tapped in for his birdie, not messing about. So the Belgian has moved into a tie for 15th on 3 under par. Can Higo drain this one and get back to level? Of course he can.
Well, he may be grateful that Peters is playing well. He could drag him along.
I was going to question that because obviously it's not a match, but for our purposes here on the Betcast, there's a lot of head-to-head markets that we're looking at. So is it a case of that he will get dragged along and perhaps brought up, or will he maybe feel pressured by how well Peters is playing and frustrated that he's not matching him, as we see that birdie putt get to the bottom of the hole?
Well, he's starting to hole a few putts. That's 3 in a row we've just seen him hole now. You've already said what he's like with a putter. If he can put a few shots together, then he could get going as well. Now this is tough here because about 15 feet short of the hole, it will duck and go downhill. So a real pace putt here for Poulter. And hits the slope, goes down towards the hole. It didn't, almost slowed up. It's a bit surprising.
Yeah, it was a pretty steady round for his 73 yesterday, Poulter. A couple of birdies, 3 bogeys. He was 8th in greens in regulation in the opening round, so finding the putting surfaces, but as we've seen so far in these first few holes from him, not hitting it as close as he would like. Bogey on the previous hole for Minwoo Lee. We saw plenty of bounce back ability from Martin Keimer in our coverage yesterday, 4 times following a bogey with a birdie. Can Minwoo Lee do that here? I'm not getting much energy from him. Little bit of slumped shoulders on the last, little bit of slump there. Got to keep that frustration away. I always get the feeling when I'm watching Poulter that he generates energy. Already now you can see the intention here. There's a liveliness which almost keeps you alert, which I think you need to have when you're playing. And that's what powers him, isn't it? It's why he's so good in the Ryder Cup, the energy that gives him. Oh, just catches enough of the right edge to fall in there.
Yeah, but it's in, and you know, it's just inside. He'll be feeling it's a little boost. You know, I've made a good putt there. So you go to the next hole, and you're just feeling that little bit better.
Yeah, sometimes it's about how you frame what you've done, whether you put a positive spin on it or a negative spin on it. Well, we had a hero challenge at Top Golf Dubai on Tuesday evening. Let's have a look at what happened.
Hello and welcome to the Hero Challenge, which is coming to you live from Top Golf Dubai.
Together, please welcome Marcus Armitage, Thomas Bjorn, Minwoo Lee, and of course Danny Willard.
A low one. Ooh, yeah. Piercing ball flight. Oh!
Well done, pal. This is by far the best golf we've seen from anyone.
It's a great format, though. You know, it makes it so enjoyable.
18 points,
18
Danny.
points.
It's the final round. It's really close. It's all to play for. 18.
Oh! He's used to this feeling. Oh, it's going right again.
12 or more for victory.
Oh, and it's in 16 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, our winner, Mr. Thomas Bjorn.
There's no substitute for experience, is there, Warren?
No, never lose it, eh? Oh,
great to see Thomas Bjorn coming out with the victory there, showing a few of the young guns how to do it. First nearest the pin market of the day here on the 6th Understandably, the way he started the day, Thomas Pieters, the slight favourite at 23-20. Started the day at 275-1 to win the tournament outright as well, Thomas Pieters, and into 50-1 after this electric start. Would you be tempted to go for the slightly longer odds of Garrick Higgo here?
No, I don't think I'll go for the, not just at this moment of time, only because I know how well McIlroy is playing.
Yeah, 74 hole, he's playing 70, there's a slight help out the right.
A little weight, you can see the flag back section of the green, so they can almost pitch this in the middle of the green. It will take the downslope towards the hole.
25-1 that they both miss the green here with that flag stick. Any danger that they get a little bit aggressive, run off the back edge potentially?
Well, definitely. If they throw it too far up, it might take a firm bounce. Pieters did drop a shot here yesterday. Overall, this season is 34th ranked for the par 3 holes, having played them at 1 over.
...194 yards.
Oh, it sat down a little bit too high, maybe. Probably needed to pitch it another 8 or 9 feet if he wanted to get the slope.
It's not a bad marker, but there is plenty of room for Garrick Higgo to get inside of Thomas Pieters there.
He's played the par 3s this season, 7 under, 5th. Didn't he hole in 1 too in Gran Canaria?
He did on the way to that record-breaking victory. 27 under par he was that week.
Always nice to hole in 1 in the final round. A bit even Stevens there by the look of it.
Yeah, we might have to get the adjudicator out there to have a look. We should find out from who putts first, but not a lot between those two tee shots. Pieters was the slight favourite.
You can see 407 yards the 5th. It doesn't really require a driver. Game players probably trying to hit to an area where they can leave themselves a good yardage up the hill. It'll only be a wedge.
Yeah, just looking to take that fairway bunker in the middle out of play, aren't they? And it's a feature of the Earth course, isn't it? A few fairway bunkers in the middle of the fairways that you've got to negotiate.
Yeah, course designed by Greg Norman, initially as a resort course, and then they wanted to bring the tournament here, so he tweaked it a little, added a few back tees.
Yeah, 1 or 2 changes. You mentioned the one on the 3rd earlier as well, the fairway 18 as well. They've changed it over the years, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they've done a few tweaks here on there to make it a tougher test. They've certainly done a lot of tree management over the last couple of years, clearing out bushes, making the trees a little bit more of a feature.
Brilliant start for Thomas Pieters. And let's have a look at how he's done it. Played a lovely approach in on 1. This one was slick. Just got it moving, and that found the dead centre of the cup.
Yeah, it's 2 good shots to find the green. First putt just left him that little one. Tap in for his birdie.
Par 3, 4th. It was an excellent tee shot in and converted.
And this is probably the best shot so far from Pieters. Wedge up the hill to the back flag.
Hold your head.
And hard to beat that. Only way you could get any better than that would be for it to go in.
He would tap it in for a 4th birdie in the first 5 holes to cruise up into the top 15.
I really like what he's done with his game. Talking to him earlier on this week, he said, you know, I'm taking the clutter out. I'm not thinking about how to play technically. I'm not thinking about the putting stroke, what I should be doing. I'm just trying to see it and hit it. And it's freed everything up, and it's taken a huge weight off his shoulders. He just feels he can go out there and play a game. And what you're seeing right now is a player who looks to be enjoying the round of golf he's playing. And if you can do that, you'll probably score better than if you're worrying about, am I producing the perfect stroke, the perfect shot.
Well, Peters is 10-1 to make this putt. He is going first, so that means that Garrick Higgo did win the nearest the pin. Would you be tempted by 10-1 given the start that Thomas Peters has made here?
Yeah, well, it would not surprise me if he popped this one in. It's just one of those you never know. I get the feeling if he doesn't hole it, might go close. Don't think he's going to have to worry about pace. It is downhill, so it's certainly a quick putt.
Well, it's a beautiful roll. And in it goes. This just gets better and better for Thomas Peters. You said you wouldn't be surprised. In it went. Nice little profit if you got on him holing that at those odds. Wow, this is sensational stuff. And there he is, into a tie for 5th.
How about that? Thomas Peters, oh, he's loving it. And next hole, par 5.
Lee with his approach into the 5th.
That's a good shot. That's very makeable from there.
Yeah, the body language has just been a little frustrated, perhaps a little lacking in energy. As we said earlier, it's been a long season for him, away from home for 7 months. But all it takes is just one shot to turn it around and inject that bit of energy. And that might be it there, especially if he can roll the putt in. A bit tougher for Poulter from the rough.
Thing is, to a back flag like this, you know you can probably pitch it a little bit short. It's going to release on. It's also very good. Again, it excels at short game.
He got that one to stop pretty quickly as well. There is a little bit of receptiveness in the greens here. They are likely to firm up as we move through today and into the weekend in these very warm conditions. A bit of breeze as well will always help to dry them out. But with loft in your hand, you can fire at the pins. 17-2 for Higgo to follow Peters into the hole. Not quite for Higgo. That birdie for Peters, though, has taken him from 50-1 for the tournament on the tee, now to 40-1 for the tournament. And again, started the day at 275-1, so just shows what's possible, how these markets can fluctuate. So pick your moment to get on someone for the tournament. Find yourself a lot of extra value by betting in play. It's been a nice, efficient start, I would say, for Ian Poulter in today's round. Just going about his business, doing what you would expect him to do with the short game. This one would take him a couple under par on the day, 1 under par for the tournament.
I fancy him for this. Oh, he tries to take some breakout and give it a bit of a belt at the hole. On the tee on the par 5. Saw a number of players yesterday spray their shots. Oh, what's he done? Oh no, he just let it get away to the right. It's 2 big hits to get up, but still possible to make birdie from there.
Poulter taps in for his 4. 1 birdie, 4 pars to start the day for the Englishman. And there is Thomas Pieters. We've seen some sublime golf from him already this morning through the first 6 holes. 5 under par on the day, 4 under for the tournament. Just 3 shots back of Rory McIlroy, the leader after the first round. He's a player with so much potential, Thomas Pieters. Statistically, he's had a really good year. All areas of his game functioning pretty well. But it is perhaps the 5 inches between the ears that can make or break things for Thomas Pieters. But he seems to be in a very good place mentally at the moment. Abraham Answer there, making a good start to the second round. Scrivener and Harding, 1 under par early to get to a couple. Those gold stars that you see there next to the players' names, well, that's indicative of Rolex Series victories. Tyrrell Hatton has 4 of them. Tommy Fleetwood a couple. Matt Fitzpatrick, the defending champion here at the DP World Tour Championship, has 1.
I've actually just got the ruler out, trying to think 5 inches. That's quite a small brain.
When you reached for your pencil case and actually got a ruler out, I knew this was only going one way. And all I'm going to, maybe 6 inches for some people, but I genuinely have quite a small head. Most caps are very big for me, so I'm going to say, based on my head, 5 inches.
I think between those headphones there, it's a bit more than 5 inches.
Ian Poulter at the 6th, the par 3.
Now he will be aggressive. Lot of loft in the hands here, although it's 194.
Nearest the pin, 6 to 5 on. Poulter the favourite, but he's not hit it close with the irons today. I'd be very tempted to take Minwoo Lee, even prior to seeing that and seeing how much space there is.
He had to have underclubbed there. That looked to be way too much loft in the hand for 194 yards.
Like, I mean, if we get it up there, I mean, if it goes for a little bit, it's perfect. Right. I think I'll just aim for a bit red and just try to get a kind of straight shot. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Yeah.
It's about 160 from where they are to carry the water on the front. Flag 31 paces up the green. I don't think he's overly enamoured with that, out of that very quickly. So both of them going to have to work hard just to make par.
Poulter probably the closer though as we pan out. Yeah, certainly the closer, Ian Poulter. Neither of them that close though.
Yeah. Both require a bus ticket.
So Pieters just looks at his options in the yardage book. Any chance of him getting there from that kind of lie and this kind of distance?
I doubt it.
I mean, if the pin was tight like yesterday, you'd be laying up. But I mean, you've only got 195 to go with the scoreboard. Anything from that, yeah, towards him, even with that cart, it's fine, isn't it? We can work it through even that left rough, fine, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Really straight. Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Said 195. I'm sure he meant 295.
I think even I could get there from 195.
Yeah. See the brisk walk there of Poulter. Turned pro really quite late, didn't he? I mean, again, he'd be another one of those players who would never take for granted what he's done in the game. He can remember being an assistant pro at a golf club, you know, handing out the tees and the balls, cleaning people's shoes and all the rest of it. So he knows he's in a very lucky position, but all down through a lot of hard work. He really works hard at his game.
He has truly maximised all the talent he's been given, as you say, through hard work and the grind.
Yeah.
Didn't really have much of an amateur career. Was still playing off 2 or 3, working in that pro shop in his sort of late teens and early 20s. Had to really turn himself into a touring professional, and that's one of the great things about this sport. There's no set way to do it because of the longevity of a golf career. You don't have to be a 17 or 18-year-old phenomenon to have a chance. You can break through a little bit later. We spoke about Marcus Armitage earlier. Ian Poulter, the perfect example. Well, 80 to 1 all day long for this. I'm on, I would say.
Yeah. Don't hold too many of these, but we have seen, you know, it can be done, but not that often.
I feel like if you gave him 45 balls from there...
Oh, he'd definitely hold one of them.
Do you think he'd hold one of them?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I was thinking he wouldn't. And admittedly, the more you hit it, you get to learn and read off of what you've done, and this is just first look and one go at it.
Well, if you didn't hole one and having the same putt 45 times, you'd question whether you should be out there.
I mean, that's a long putt, though.
Yeah, yeah. I think you get the feel of it and the pace. You're only going to set it off on line, get the right strike. You give that to a really good putter 45 times. You give it to someone like Bob Charles, they'd hole it.
Well, it's a really good try. Right, Warren, when we're finished today, we're out onto the putting green. I'm going to find the nastiest putt possible for you.
Yeah.
And you've got 45 goes.
Done. Should hole at least 2 or 3.
Oh, he's raising the bar. He's upping the ante. Oh, I'll have to think what we're going to put on this little wager, Warren. But that was a really good touch putt from Minwoo Lee.
Tricky little putt this. Comes down the slope from left to right and then just wants to go the other way at the end, which was what happened to Peters.
And 22 to 1, so better than double chance the bookies reckon from what Minwoo Lee was facing. Excellent lag.
So if you gave Poulter 45 goes from that length, you think he wouldn't hole one? I mean, he just hit it dead weight there. Okay, it's a foot right. He just inched it in a little bit each time.
22 goes from where Poulter had his putt. I would absolutely back him to.
Yeah.
Minwoo Lee's was just so far away. Third shot for Higo, having laid up on the par 5 7th, and that is a mistake.
That's a bit of a cardinal sin, really. That is seriously short-siding yourself. So, be interesting to see the skill of his there, what he can bring to that shot.
That kind of mistake is something you don't see often in the professional game, is it? As amateurs, we're very guilty of chasing flags and short-siding ourselves, but...
Well, I mean, they've done all their research. They know they can't afford to miss right there. They would... You know, an amateur sometimes, if they come to play, won't have played the course before.
35, 36,
you could go, okay, understand
it's
it.
34 to the crest on line. It's probably, you probably want to give it 38. Just allowing over 15 of release. Yeah?
Yeah.
How I see the shot. On those two chaps there, mate, even the shot length's not horrific. Just reading the lie.
3 to 1 to get up and down for his birdie from here, Peters. Coming out of the rough, though, Warren.
Yeah, trying to pitch it just about the 34, 35 yard mark. Let it release on. Oh, my goodness. What has happened there? I bet he's in that tropical grass again, that tropical signal grass. And every now and again when players hit it in there, it just does something bizarre to the club and the ball. That's just come out sideways.
Looked to me like the club almost just went straight underneath the ball. It was sat up so high, as you say, on that thicker bladed grass. Back on the tee, Ian Poulter, it'll be 2 almighty bashes from him If he's to have any chance of getting near in 2.
I'll guarantee you now he will not be able to get up in 2.
I did qualify it by saying anywhere near. As I started that sentence, I did think, yeah, he's not getting there in 2, is he?
Now, this is suddenly going to be a big test.
Well, it's funny, this hole, the 7th yesterday, Garcia had made a fantastic start and got a little bit unstuck on this 7th hole as well. You would target it as a par 5. All the players will be thinking, well, I'd like to make my birdie 4 on there. But it hasn't played that easy in the coverage we've seen of it over the first day and a bit now.
Certainly not. Yesterday, there were only 20 birdies on this hole. It was a much harder pin, of course.
Peters all the way down in the depths of that bunker. Had to get it up quickly, but he's managed to force it most of the way back there. That is for a par, though.
Yeah, 6 bogeys here yesterday, 1 double. He's just going to have a little quiet think with himself. I'm sure he was on that strange grass. We talked to 1 or 2 of the players, and even they said they just don't know how it's going to come out.
Yeah, there's a bit more of that thicker bladed grass on the fire course here, so those who played last week might have got a bit more practice at it.
One way, it was about 3 inches too short there, but carries another 3 inches, actually pitches on the green. He may have got to skip forward.
So you've got 2 of the longer players on tour here, who both make shed loads of birdies.
And eagles.
And eagles. And really struggling for their pars now on the 7th.
Yeah, he goes so far this season, 9 eagles for him, 11 eagles for Thomas Peters. Peters so far this year, coming into the tournament, 243 birdies he's made.
Yeah, both inside the top 14 in birdie average, the amount of birdies they make per round. Higo at 5th, Thomas Peters at 14th, and 15 to 8 on that this doesn't go in, 13 to 10 that he holds it. And there's his footage of putts holed this week. Well, in round 1, 63 feet the entire round. He's already canned 61 feet of putts through 6 holes today. And if this goes in, it would obviously take him over his round 1 total. In that particular statistic, what would average be for the course of 18 holes, Warren?
How do you mean?
Footage of putts holed. What would be an average day? What would be a good day on the greens?
I never know how to answer this. Peters has holed one from today, that 50-footer. You know, so he might get up to 200 feet. But, you know, if you're always hitting it inside 10 feet playing really well, you only hole, you hole 5 of them, that's 50 feet. But you're putting better because you've holed 5 times against 1. This is a must make, and he has made it. What a great putt. Great putt because it keeps the momentum going. He'll just give himself a little sigh of relief there. Thank goodness for that.
Well, it only goes down as a 5 on the scorecard, of course, the par, but that could be as significant, that putt, as any of the ones that he holed for birdie, just for the momentum, and no one likes seeing a 6 on the scorecard.
Well, he had 5 bogeys on the card yesterday. Average number of bogeys for a winner around here, 5.7. So he's really only allowed 1 more bogey in the week.
I was going to say, so he can only have 0.7 bogeys the rest of the week.
Yeah. Well, on average, we've had guys win with 10 bogeys, but on an average, he's already had his fair share.
Here you go to save his par as well. And again, relying on the flat stick.
Yeah, pretty impressive with the old ones, aren't they, today? getting the right spell.
Yeah, for Higo, he just needs to start giving himself some putts for birdies, because he's holed virtually everything he's looked at so far. It's just been, they've tended to be for par, unfortunately.
Well, you'd like to think you get it closer than 130 odd shot. You know the area of 130. You'd like to think you would chip it closer than that.
Go on, yeah.
Carry on, mate.
Yeah.
Poulter just assessing where he wants to leave himself for that third shot, knowing that he can't get it there to the green.
Yeah, the thing is, he's got the wood out because he thinks, well, even if he forces it up there, must get closer than laying it back down at 130 or so.
Look back to the 8th tee.
Dogleg right to left. Really good par 4. No bunkers up by the green, but plenty of bunkers for the tee shot. One through the fairway, the furthest one through the fairway is the aiming point. And that's absolutely perfect.
Just the 316 yards through the air. Makes it a little bit simpler when you can smooth one out there 316, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, that's what I've always thought.
This will be an interesting comparison though, because Higo really shifts it as well.
Yeah, and using that little bit of cut spin. Oh, is it going to carry the bunker? Not.
I mean, you can see there, only 280 yards of carry into the bunker. It didn't look like he was happy with the strike. Not quite as strong a flight, and significantly shorter than Peters, and shorter than he would normally hit it as well, Higo.
We are global players.
Special scenes out there today.
We are game changers.
Good heavens. What a performance this is. Listen to the reception.
We know what drives success.
Amazing stuff.
We embrace innovation.
We stay one step ahead of the competition.
Just unbelievable.
We connect people around the world.
Awesome. This is such an exhibition.
We are committed to making golf a game for everyone.
I'm just blown away with their talent. Welcome to what is a unique and exciting format.
Our partnerships make us stronger.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Oh, partner.
Together, we will elevate the tour in every way.
I have a difficult challenge for you.
This is just epic.
Together.
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 Yes! Together, we are the DP World Tour.
Incredibly exciting times ahead as the European Tour becomes the DP World Tour from next week. The Joburg Open down in South Africa, signalling the start of the 2022 DP World Tour season. That's a super shot in from Minwoo Lee.
And he didn't like it. Don't know why. I don't think he knows how close he's hit that, really.
Sometimes you just can't trust a player's reaction, can you? Can make us look very silly. Base where it's going on the player's reaction, think he's disappointed, and then it lands not too far from the flagstick.
Well, ideal place for Poulter to lay up. Hopefully he's made the fairway, because you want the control. He's still coming up at quite a slope. He won't be able to see the back part of the green. I always think that's a bit tricky, because you know where you want to land it, you can't see where you want to land it. And this game is played with your eyes as much as anything.
15 under par Ian Poulter on this hole in his 45 rounds here at the DP World Tour Championship. A not too dissimilar position to where Thomas Pieters was, but vitally, as you say, playing from what looks to be the shorter grass, so a much more predictable shot to hit.
Yeah, he is definitely pretty good with those wedges. I think they were right. Easier to get it close from that yardage than back at 130, which was the other layup option.
I hear the caddy say make sure you get it out there. That tells us maybe not a great lie, or even a bit close to the face, and touch and go whether the club required to get it all the way back there or get it over the lip, but it's lying okay.
Yeah, maybe just a little down. I think maybe just get it out there, get it out to a certain spot on the green. I don't think he was thinking about just get it out the bunker.
I did wonder, it's not the best kind of positive reinforcement you want to give the player not long before hitting, but yeah, he shouldn't have any trouble getting this to the green. Can he get it close though?
It was a little bit of a hoik. It wasn't great rhythm and balance and style, but he'll take the result.
So 5-2 for the birdie for Pieters here. He's knocked his drive into prime position. The way he's been playing, we've seen him holing putts. 11-4 onto the par, but I like 5-2 birdie or better. I think the good times keep rolling.
I'm with you. I think this is all over it. Oh! Well, it was all over it, but just too long. Just right over the top of the flag.
Well, he's just going to have to chip it in for it now for the birdie.
Here is a birdie putt for Poulter on the par 5. 7th, yes, excellent up and down. Yeah, he's going quietly about his business. Better today, couple under for the round, now under par for the tournament.
Yeah, birdieing both of the par 5s today, pars on everything else, so yeah, just doing what he needs to, getting himself around the greens on the par 5s, leaning on that excellent short game. Minwoo Lee could do with a birdie as well, level par for his round, birdie at 2, bogey at 3, all pars since then.
Yes, 2 very good birdies.
Quick step in as well, wasn't it? He was grabbing that out of the hole almost before it hit the bottom, Kevin Na style.
A bit more energy, you see, when they go in, gives you a lift. I hope he finds the right, but I don't think there's any of that tropical signal grass there to worry Pieters. It will be an awkward shot.
Off a slight upslope, didn't quite get down to the slightly thicker grass on the level. That will help it just pop into the air a little bit more.
Because once he gets to the green, it's going to be downhill going away from it.
Yeah, his low round there. Well, he's well on course to set a new mark for his low round on this golf course today. Look back down towards the 8th tee. Ian Poulter with the honour.
Yeah, bunker on the left side, very much in play for Poulter. He's got to watch out that he doesn't pull it in that direction. Just skirts it, just skirts it.
Yeah, that's about as good as Ian Poulter can do on this hole, I think. Just, as you say, skirting the edge of that bunker, getting a nice little kick forward as well.
The difference, Min Woo Lee, he got too much with the drive. He could certainly run out of fairway if he set it over that left-hand bunker, shortens the hole. So out with a 3-wood.
Every chance he knocks it past Poulter's drive with this 3-wood, if he really gets hold of it.
Well, he's pulled it. That's not what he really wanted.
Oh, this is interesting.
Well, he's got to get a smooth roll through the fringe. That is for sure. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this, Thomas. Nice.
Yeah. A little bit surprised to see him go for the little bunt with a 3-wood there. There was a lot of that grass to come through.
Yeah, but simple way of doing it. Always keep the game simple. Play the easiest shot. So into the grain for 3/4 of it, and then once it hits the downslope, it will go down grain. Look at the amount of break on it too. Didn't get it inside Peters, so both of them should. Pretty simple tap-ins. Players at this level won't worry about putts like that. Always nice when you got greens of this quality, this standard. You know you can rely on the ball doing what you see. Go back in the day when the greens were a little bit, not here, but on tour. Not quite at the same high manicured state. Putts of this length could worry some players.
No worries for Higo though. He's in for his par 4. Stays at level par.
I think that's one of the biggest changes, I mean, over the last 20, 30 years. Certainly for the first 20 years on tour, when you're playing, as we did in Europe and around the world, you play in so many different countries, so many different grasses, so many different standards of green. Now things are much more uniform.
Peters makes his par and stays at 4 under par. Yeah, Warren, I wanted to ask you actually. So you mentioned earlier this week that this month it's 50 years that you've been a member of the European Tour. You were right there at the very beginning when it started.
Yeah.
Put your hand up in the room before there was even a tournament on the schedule. The growth that we've seen in the Tour, and now as it stands on the verge of becoming the DP World Tour with 47 events. Huge money on the line, going through the $200 million mark in total purses next season for the very first time. It's been incredible how the game and the Tour has grown, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, when the Tour was first started, there were main tournaments in Britain really, and we really didn't go into Europe. And then as we went into Europe and the federations around Europe started to be taken over by the European Tour, that was terrific. But then there was all sorts of little mini crises, the oil crisis and the 3-day working week, and everyone thought, well, are we going to get through that? The game actually flourished after that. We've just gone through a pandemic where the world's been really hit by tragedy, and yet the Tour at the end of the 2 years has come out even stronger. It's remarkable how resilient our game is. I'd have to say thanks to the people running it.
Well, I think congratulations in order for 50 years as a European Tour member as well, Warren.
green somewhere.
So Minwoo Lee.
Even if I'm here, like at least a chip, like downwind too. What's it to over that hill? 20 on, 12 short. That's still 160. Yeah. Or is it 180?
It's 179.
Still need to try hit like a 7 iron out.
Yeah. As long as I mean, we can hit 8. If 8 gets over that lip, it's still going to pitch 7 onto the green.
If it goes 160, then I might just bomb this one, hey?
I think that's the play.
I don't know where the pin is.
Oh, he doesn't know where. Well, he knew where the pin was in yardage, but doesn't know where it is in direction because he can't see it from the bunker.
Yeah, it's on the camera tower.
Left of the camera tower.
So coming out of the bunker, 18-5 for the whole winner at this stage. Ian Poulter, 11-2 on in the fairway.
Yeah, on our angle, it's just left of the crane. It's like kind of up that track that the ball rolled.
Thing about the 8th.
Folks, we're going to need you to back up to the left, please.
It's a long green, the 8th hole. It's not very wide. It's one of the narrowest on the course. Oh, look at that. Just give you an idea of how steep some of these bunkers are. And he's got a 7 iron, so you can get it up, flip it up there over the top of that without too much problem. But trying to get the line, trying to pick the right line, tricky.
It's 11-2 on, worth a dabble for Ian Poulter to win this hole here, or is it more likely that we get a couple of pars?
Right, he's got it on the dance floor there, but he is some distance away. That's going to be a really mighty fine 2-putt from there. You can see what the odds are on him holing or missing or 3-putting.
And how many balls it would take you to hole from there?
Oh, only a couple.
That many?
Shortish iron in here for Ian. So fast. Trying to almost work on his arm speed. Always seems to hit everything flat out to me, Ian Poulter.
Pretty good approach. Outside look at Birdie. When it comes to the head-to-head and who's going to win the hole, you would think it's probably more likely Minwoo Lee 3 putts to make the bogey rather than Poulter holing for the birdie. But maybe I'm just underestimating the powers of the Poults on the greens there. His top 10 finishes this season. Couple coming in WGCs. The match play, unsurprisingly, such a good match player, still undefeated in match play singles. Took down Tony Finau at Whistling Straits. And of course a 4th place finish in the Aberdeen Scottish Open, another of this year's Rolex Series events on the European Tour. So he's turned up in the bigger events this year.
Yeah, no win of course. He'd love to be winning again. His last win was some years ago now, Houston Open back in 2018. Good win on the PGA Tour. But it is harder and harder. He's 45. He's some distance away before he joins the slightly more mature golfers on the other tour.
His last European Tour win, WGC HSBC champions in 2012.
Yeah.
So 9 years ago now.
Because he had the great opportunity of winning this tournament. He got in a playoff, didn't he? And first playoff hole, dropped his ball on the coin. And of course, that was then a penalty, and it was a game over. It was just one of those things. Ball just, you know, flipped out of his hand. Easy to do. If it drops on the green, it's fine. Dropped on the marker. That's it. Really sad way for him to lose out.
Peters and Higo both just missing the fairway to the left on the 9th, and well, this is a brute of a hole, isn't it?
Yes, it is a brute.
Oh, he's actually in the fairway there, Higo, which is handy. So
all the way uphill, but still a long way to go. Pin very close to the bunkers on the right back section. Not giving them much of a target there coming up the hill. Not a bad shot from Garrick.
I think if you offered the players a 4 on this hole every day this week, they would carry on walking and head straight to the 10th tee after playing the 8th.
Absolutely. Now a bit harder for Peters to get close to the hole. Won't be able to get as much spin.
4 to 1 on for the par. Birdie or better, 12 to 1. It would be a rare bird on this hole.
Got to be left of this flag, really. Oh, he's gone straight at it, but okay, not too bad. Well, certainly be able to putt it from there. I think he'll probably choose the putter.
Might go with the 3-wood again after the result that he had on the previous hole. Well, 65 feet it is for Lee.
Slow putt up the hill into green. Now it goes down green and down slow, but that's got to be 6 feet short.
Yeah, talking about Ian Poulter's record here, you mentioned that time he lost in the playoff. He has another runner-up finish here as well. Over the last 5 visits, he's not found himself inside the top 30. So as those longer tees have been added and the course has just played a bit longer, perhaps struggling. 5 to 1 that he drains this, though. This is the club that so often keeps him in contention.
Well, back in 2012, length wouldn't have been such a factor for him, but you know, in the last 5-6 years, it is amazing how the players have gone. If you don't hit it over 300 yards now, it is so much harder to compete. It's so much harder because those players who can hit it 320, 330, they're going into greens with irons. They can hit it closer because they've got more control. So the power game has always been a key factor in the game. But over the last, must be 5 or 6 years, it's enormous, the leap that they've made. I know some of the officials around the world think they're not hitting it further, but let me tell you, they are hitting it further, a lot further.
Yeah, 1 or 2 little rules changes on the horizon. The limit of 48-inch drivers.
That won't make much difference.
Which will come in at the start of next year. Minwoo Lee, just lips it out on the low side. So it is a dropped shot, a 3-putt and a bogey. And Ian Poulter does win that hole after Minwoo Lee got himself in trouble off the tee. But you just have to look at guys like this, Minwoo Lee, the other 2 we're looking at today, Thomas Pieters and Garrick Higgo, in comparison to someone like Ian Poulter. That's the way these young players are playing the game these days, coming out of the amateur ranks, coming out of college in America, as so many of them go through that process, learning to absolutely bomb it, hit it out there as far as they can, and then find it and hit it again.
Yeah, 2 things. I mean, it's always been, if you can hit it a long way, the next thing you have to do is be able to hold putts. So putter is the key, because you could be the greatest player from tee to green, but if you actually can't knock it in the hole, you're not going to win much. So you've got to have a really good short game and hit it a long way, and the rest should fall into place.
12 to 1 that Higgo holds this putt. He is a brilliant putter, but I'm not sure I fancy it. This is a difficult one. A little bit bold there. What you say, distance off the tee and being able to hold putts is the key to success these days. And that means a very bright future for that man. He's already made a great start to his pro career, but averaging over 311 yards off the tee, 10th longest on the European Tour. Leading the European Tour in strokes gained putting as well. Birdie putt for Pieters. Flag in. Great look down the line. Look at how far left those feet are aiming. It's going to kick left to right pretty early on its journey, this one. Yeah, he just knew he hadn't quite got it high enough, straight off of the blade.
But he is, with that little tapping, going to equal his best ever front nine round here. Third time in his career. Oh, I've forgotten the birdie. That's his best.
Yeah,
32 was his best before, now 31.
Out in 31, just the 9 shots better than he played the front nine in yesterday. Out in 40 yesterday.
Huh.
Well, that's gone quite a way past for Higo, actually. Even further than I first thought. Wow.
Well, that's
3 putt. Don't get many of them.
That's rare, isn't it? Yeah, we're staying at a place at the Jebel Ali Hotel. We've got a white peacock. Don't see too many of those. That's rare. That's another rare thing.
I don't think I've seen the white peacock around. I've seen plenty of normal peacocks and peahens. Paul Casey making the fast start, 3 under par through 4. Just a couple off the lead of Rory McIlroy now. Thomas Pieters, as we say, the lowest front nine in his career here at the DP World Tour Championship, gets him to 4 under. I'm surprised I haven't seen Tony Johnston out there with his camera taking pictures of the peacocks. Maybe he likes something. They're everywhere.
Yeah, but
at our hotel, so he likes something a bit trickier, doesn't he?
Yes, I actually had a word with Tony this morning, and he said, "Oh, I'm not going out to look at the pins this morning. I'm taking my camera out to take some photographs of the wildlife."
Love listening to Tony talking about the flora and the fauna. And you'll get plenty of that over the next 3 weeks as we head down to South Africa after this event has finished as well. I know Tony will be out in the bushveld, and we'll get some fantastic pictures of the animals as part of the coverage as well, no doubt. So confirmation that hole 9 was the hardest in the opening round. Why is this so tough, Warren?
Well, 499 yards, par 4, all the way uphill. Narrow fairway, where it pinches in there, Minwoo Lee. You can see it's not very wide at that point. And pin locations, I mean, here it's behind that bunker to the right of Poulter's shoulder there. Just nothing to aim at.
It's just got to be up the front chute, right?
Minwoo Lee, a strong favourite to win this hole. That's about as one-sided as you see.
Because four's covering that, and it's not going to go through, so it's just got to come out on the right line.
Correct.
He's got to dig this one up, all lying down. No chance of carrying the right-hand bunker, so he's got to thread it through the gap between the bunkers. His only option, so it won't be close to the hole. He'll be doing well to get it on the green. Left
or
bunker.
It doesn't come out at all. Get off the bark. Stay.
Yeah, the shout was get off the bark.
Really heavy, by the way.
A lot trickier to play it from that stuff as opposed to the rough. Can't quite see if it did hang on to the grass.
And that's the other thing young players have, and the really powerful players have. They are strong. They can play it out of some of that rough and still get the height and still get the control.
Minwoo Lee 15-2 to make birdie. It's a great point you make. It's not just about distance power, it's being able to get it out of some funky lies.
So he's only got 182, so it's going to be just easy 7-iron. can see the flag, so with this loft he can play any shape of shot he wants into the hole. And there's the difference.
Birdie looking very much on the cards as well here on the toughest hole on the course for Min Woo Lee.
Driver off the tee on 10 for Thomas Pieters. Over the years, this has been one of the hardest fairways to hit. Not for the Belgian. That's a cracking tee shot.
You see a few players, and we saw it yesterday, just running it into that little bit of first cut of rough on the right. There's just enough camber there that you can think you've hit a decent one, and it just find its way into that first cut down there.
Yeah, I think Garrick also looks happy with it. He didn't go after that too hard, did he? Just caressed it down there. Both of them in pole position.
I was going to pose for you. Oh, there we go.
I haven't seen a lot of chat between Poulter and Min Woo Lee today. Always seems to be walking apart, both very much in the zone, in their own world.
Well, once he gets in the office, Poulter, it's 100% focus, isn't it? And he's having to work hard. He knows he's not got his A game with him at all this week. He knows this is a bomber's course. Short game has to be good. But if you're a little bit out of sorts with the long game, then you have to work even harder. But you know one thing with him, he will only give 100%. I wanted to say 200%, but you can't, can you? Because there isn't a thing that's 200%. But
he's 55th in the world rankings as well, Ian Poulter. So that top 50, all important, of course, gets you invited to all the majors, all the WGCs the following year.
yeah, that's important these days.
Min Woo Lee actually 51st at the moment. That's his career high world ranking. So, you know, he might not be necessarily challenging for the tournament, but big world ranking points on offer this week could be vital in just getting him into that top 50 before the end of the year. 4-1 on for bogey or worse. So the bookies are questioning Ian Poulter's short game here.
Well, tougher here because he's coming from the rough. Will he get the right amount of club on the ball?
Oh, it's come out so soft. You cannot be serious.
Put him on a fairway where he can guarantee the strike,
unfortunate.
and then you would put it odds on. Put him in the rough from there, and it must be the other way around.
I mean, Ian Poulter's gone from channeling his John McEnroe to you cannot be serious there, to how frightfully unfortunate. I enjoyed that little bit of commentary on himself from Ian Poulter there. Very good.
Yes. Better that than the expletives.
I did wonder as the first F started to come out, but he went with frightfully unfortunate, thankfully. Thomas Pieters now his second into 10 with a wedge in his hand. 13-10 to make birdie, but just steps off it.
Did he hear you?
I'm not that loud.
No. No, he's been pretty good with this club. Pin front third on the right. Just going to get it over the little rise. That's okay. Anything coming up a little short will run back off the front edge. It could easily spin back down, go away from the hole.
Yeah. 13-10, same odds for Garrick Higgo to make the birdie as well. We saw him get a little bit aggressive with an approach into a par 5 not too long ago. Short side himself, cardinal sin. That's very nicely played there, just to the safe side of where that hole is cut today on the 10th. setting up a very makeable look at birdie.
There's an interesting move. Paul Casey moves to 5 under through 4 holes. He was suffering with a little bit of a stomach bug prior to the tournament starting, but he's obviously got rid of that. He eagled the 2nd, birdied the 4th.
That was Poulter's ball just coming to rest there. Yeah, for Paul Casey, final week on the bag for Johnny Longsocks, John McLaren, absolute legend of the caddying game. I was talking to him earlier in the week. He will be back to help Paul defend at the Dubai Desert Classic in the new year, but stepping away from the game, John McLaren. So the hunt for Paul Casey's new caddy is on. Get your CVs into him now if you fancy it. That might earn you a few quid, that job.
He's retiring early.
I think he's not enjoying the travel quite so much with all the limitations and things these days.
Mind you, the caddies these days can be pretty high earners. Did you also see what Podrick Harrington got presented by the caddies the other day?
I didn't, Warren.
Got a Rolex watch.
From the caddies?
From the caddies, because Podrick said, if we win the Ryder Cup, I'll get all you caddies a Rolex watch, and unfortunately he didn't. So they plugged together and got him a Rolex.
Warren.
Yeah.
If Garrick Higo wins this tournament, I'm going to get you a Rolex. If Thomas Pieters wins it, will you get me one?
Yeah. I'll see if I can have a word with the people, the powers that be.
11-4 that this goes in. Short odds, but understandable the way Thomas Pieters is going about his business in this second round. Just didn't hit that one with quite as much conviction, it didn't look like, down the slope. Just a little bit tentative.
Oh yeah, that looks a little bit weary. Don't know what obviously a complete misread. Not so bad if you misread it, still make par, just walk up, tap it in. Now I do fancy this uphill into the grain, but not very far.
About 10 feet, 21-20 for the best putter on the tour. I'll have some of that, but too much pace.
Yeah, too much borrow.
He's been a bit bold on the greens. The last 2 or 3 he's had, he's hit with a little too much pace.
Well, I thought one of those players would get a birdie on 10. Not to be.
No, so no bounce back for Garrick Higo after the bogey at 9, despite getting a really nice approach in there. John McLaren also gave me an absolutely brilliant little nugget for this week about Paul Casey as well. Now, I was wondering whether or not to share this, because Casey himself might not even know this yet. But Casey played last week on the fire course in the Abu Dhabi Championship, was just struggling to get the ball really rolling well when he was into the grain. So at the start of this week, his caddy went into the truck where they do all the equipment, the workshop here, and asked them to put half a degree of extra loft on his putter. And he said he wasn't going to tell Paul, but if he had a really good day on the greens yesterday, he would reveal it to him. So he's up there in the tournament. So yesterday evening, McLaren might have let his man Paul Casey in on the secret that he'd had a little tweak done without him knowing to his putter. But whether or not Casey knows, it's certainly working.
Wow, if my caddy did that and I didn't know, ooh, wow.
I have to say, that was my reaction, but he said no. Casey is the type of guy, he'll appreciate that. If it works,
yeah,
he'll go, you know what, you're always thinking, that worked. Well done, that's what I pay you the big bucks for.
Yeah. Interesting thoughts.
Is that an accessible pin there on 11?
Very much so.
Just an iron off the tee for Peters, 401 yards. Very much a positional tee shot, this one.
You might better see the green from there. If you go left off the tee, further right as we look at it, then you get blocked out. You need to be right so you get the view around the dogleg hole.
You commented when we were watching Higo on the range a little earlier, and a few swings that we've seen today, that he was maybe going at it a little harder than the smooth swings we'd seen when he was playing really, really well through the middle of the summer.
Yeah, the balance didn't seem quite there. It's just a slight thing with his timing. Poulter's a little bit in the same vein. Watch how hard he is at the ball here.
14-5 to make birdie, and he certainly likes that. Straight down to pick up the tee. A round of applause from the spectators. Big old bounce. Just about hung on to the fairway. It's an incredible skyline here in Dubai, some wonderful architecture, the Burj Al Arab. First and only 7-star hotel in the world. I remember Tiger Woods hitting a few golf shots off the helicopter pad at the top of that a few years ago. The Burj Khalifa as well, the world's tallest building, 828 metres tall. My girlfriend will be dragging me up that next week, even though I'm terrified of heights. Over 200 skyscrapers in Dubai. Over 18 taller than the Eiffel Tower as well. Yeah, if you like your architecture and going up tall buildings, not many better cities in the world.
Yeah, it's quite an incredible city, no question about that. And the rate of the building too is one of the most remarkable things. You come back each year and you go, I don't recognise this, because they've almost built a whole new town.
Well, there are those great pictures from the first few years of the Omega Dubai Desert Classic, where now you just get a cityscape, the skyline behind you. The first few years there was nothing, but when you look down 18 and past the clubhouse there.
Well, the tallest building behind the Emirates Golf Club was the Hard Rock Cafe, and it could have only been about 30 or 40 feet high.
Off the B, just double check that.
Now there's masses of skyscrapers. Now there's the flag they're playing to on 11, and you can see it's just hidden.
I think we should release a little bit when it lands, personally. I think I think we should try and pitch this 30. I think it should release a little, which is then only 25. I like 25 right from the off. 25 is my first thought. It's always played quite short, this shot, historically. 25 shot, Tom.
Gap wedge distance 125. Playing downhill.
Did you spend one or two evenings in the Hard Rock Cafe, Warren, in the early days?
I didn't, actually. Spending too long talking about the golf that was going on.
So you can see Peters gesturing it to go a little bit left, get a bit closer. Still a reasonable look. They go from 143, playing swiftly, this pair. Brilliant to see, and a good shot from the South African.
I think it's so refreshing that they're playing in two balls. It always seems to be easier to keep the pace of playing going along nicely in twos rather than threes. Poulter getting a little bit of liquid into the system. Plastic free here, no plastic bottles out on the course. Good to see that as well.
Yeah, DP World sponsoring this Tour Championship and title sponsor of the Tour itself next year. We saw a little bit about that announcement earlier. 47 tournaments in 27 different countries on the schedule for 2022. It does tee off next week with the Joburg Open, 3 events down in South Africa prior to Christmas, and then we're back to the Middle East for a run of 6 events in the early part of next year. Oh, that's a good old hit from Ian Poulter. We saw he get the little scooty bounce forward.
You can just see the flag on the right edge of the green. There's a little dark patch just short of it. That's the little plateau.
73 hole.
They've got to get up over that. They don't want to be pitching it short.
Quite like 7 to 5 birdie or better from here. This is right in his wheelhouse.
Down.
Too close, didn't we?
You heard Poulter say, just got it too close, didn't we? Didn't leave a full shot in a yardage he was comfortable with. Obviously not expecting quite as much run with the tee shot. 5 to 4 that Lee makes his birdie from here.
Just catching the downslope, gave a little bit of a shove on, but well, both with chances, good chances for 3s. Wonder what the chance will be for both birdieing.
Right into the old hole there.
Peters to go first for his birdie on the 11th. Allowing for a fair bit of swing from left to right, and it's 9 to 2 that it swings in.
Wow, that hit a huge ridge. Didn't think it was going to move as much as that.
If in doubt, always mark it, take your time.
He himself missed too many of those. I think that's probably missed too many of those, just reaching across and trying to tap it in.
6 to 4 for Higo. I think if you keep backing this man to hole putts like this, you'll make more money than you lose. But not on this occasion. And again, it's rolled 3 feet past.
Yes. Your go still.
Yes, dead sheep. Still you.
Yeah.
So he did putt a bit below his lofty standards yesterday, Garrett Higo, in the opening round. And it seems like that has just continued into today. Hold a lot early on, but mostly for par. The ones for birdie that he started giving himself, not quite finding the bottom of the cup, but it is another par.
Hit that in like a bullet, didn't it? I mean, if that missed the hole, it'd be about 15 feet past.
Oh, the confidence of youth. Peters also taps in. 4 under par, stays in a tie for 6th. Bit of a drought, 5 holes without a birdie for Thomas Peters now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, a tough hole coming up next, then they get a chance to make a few to finish, so back to 10.
Can Poulter roll this one in?
We have actually had an eagle on this hole today. No birdie for Poulter, so that will be a par. Richard Bland hold his second shot. The man who's had more top 10s and more top 5s than anybody else this season. Notched up his first win on tour. Made a 2.
Yeah, what a year it's been for Richard Bland. One of the stories of the season. The oldest first-time winner in European Tour history. Fell back onto the Challenge Tour in 2019. Battled his way back to the European Tour. Got his just rewards this year. Not only that win, but as you say, racking up the top 10s. Oldest 36-hole leader in US Open history as well, earlier this season. As you said, what odds that they would both hole? Well, Poulter hasn't.
So that's killed that one then.
But I wonder if it would have been longer or shorter odds for them both to hole or both to miss.
Ah.
Well, he was walking early. We didn't see it go in, but it did.
1 out of 2, though.
So Minwoo Lee starts off his back 9 with a birdie 3. Gets to 1 under par for the tournament. Well, we're just starting to see a bit of movement and a few changes on this first page of the leaderboard. Casey up there at 5 under. Thomas Pieters, who we're keeping an eye on in our Sky Betcast coverage, European Tour Betcast coverage here at the DP World Tour Championship. Thomas Pieters, Rasmus Højgaard, 3 European Tour wins to his name already. Jeff Winter, a winner recently, part of the Danish Renaissance. Marcus Helligkilde won the Rolex Challenge Tour Grand Final, supported by the R&A a couple of weeks ago, to top the standings there and earn his way up to the top table for next year. Nicholas Norgard Moller, another Dane who will be with us on the European Tour. The Højgaard twins, JB Hansen, Jeff Winter, and Thomas Bjorn winning the Hero Challenge earlier this week as well.
Yes, he was delighted about that. Now, I don't understand this play. Minwoo Lee out with the driver. Is he trying to drive it on the green? Just don't get that play.
Yeah, that's going to leave a horrible distance of bunker shot.
Or if you do fancy getting it down, you can do that. How fast are we going? Well, into that left track, your maximum is 261.72, it's 257 right. Okay, just right at the track, it's fine.
I always love the long chat. Poulter knows exactly where he wanted to hit the ball. It wouldn't have changed. His course strategy here, I think, has probably remained the same ever since he's been here. But just by going through the chat, just enforces what they already know. He throws himself at it, doesn't he, all the time. And he may get away with that.
Do you know what, that's a little lucky. It sat down very quickly for him, didn't it? Obviously landed in a very soft patch of dirt and sand over there. You can see a little bit of dust coming across there, maybe just an indication that the wind is getting up. Former Open champion Shane Lowry, another one to pick up an early shot in today's second round. Joachim B. Hansen coming in off of winning last week. These guys all to get out on the course. Collin Morikawa in pole position in the race to Dubai. Good start with a 68 yesterday. Lucas Herbert, a recent winner on the PGA Tour as well as a European Tour winner. He's won here in Dubai before, the Omega Dubai Desert Classic. Abraham Ancer, the Mexican, good to see. Plenty of international players in the field, lots of nationalities represented.
It's always good to see that. Now 12, again, one of the hardest holes on the back nine, maybe here at the course. 192 for Higo. Good tee shot from Peters, so he's closer. But again, another one of these holes you play uphill, can't see the surface of the green.
further right.
Pin over the left-hand edge of the big bunker you can see.
78.
Three European Tour wins in 34 starts.
It is there. Don't you feel that?
Yeah, so just fade one in there, maybe.
Yeah, it's maybe not gusting as much as it was.
So cruising along at a win just about every 11 starts on the European Tour. That's a pretty good clip if you can keep that going for your entire career.
Yeah, it's fastest man to win 3 events, wasn't he, at his age? Oh, hello, hello, hello. Well, I think we'll give him the birdie there.
80 shot, perfect. Come on. The shade right of it.
An absolute stunner from Garrick Higo. Can Thomas Pieters follow suit? Birdied this hole yesterday, just a touch longer for his approach today.
Big old 7-iron. Oh, nicely on the dance floor, not as close obviously as Higo, but I don't think he'd be unhappy with that. Again, it's one of these holes you make 4 on 12, you're not disappointed.
And he's given himself plenty of chances and looks as well. He's not missed too many greens, which is handy, because yesterday when he did miss a green he didn't get up and down to save his par once. But he struck the ball far better today. This is what Ian Poulter's got after that wayward tee shot, Warren.
Well, he's lucky he's got a decent line in. What we can't tell is what the lie is. He's on some wasteland sand. There's a cart path, and if he's in a rut, this could be tricky. If he's got a good lie, he can get it on the green. That sounded a good strike. Oh, just majestic. Well, he wouldn't have thought that he had any chance of doing that as he walked off the tee. Never write this man off.
He just looks so dejected after the tee shot. I think he was worried that it had got into some real trouble over there, but well, that is well worth another look, isn't it? Off of, as you say, that cart path over there, perhaps the sand a little more compacted. Fires it straight at the flagstick.
.353 off the tee, 71 to go, but I'm not sure if he's in the sand, then he's got a really hard shot. 71 yards, that's a toughie. He is in sand, so I just don't understand the tee shot.
Yeah, 5 to 1 birdie or better, reflected by how difficult a shot this is.
I'd say that's a pretty good shot, but I mean, what is that? 35 feet?
Yeah, there's just no reason that bunker should be in play for him off the tee. As you said, it was an aggressive play. It didn't need to be.
Well, it brings all the trouble into play down the left. It's a very narrow tee shot, and then I'm not sure what was to be gained.
Higo taps in for his birdie, and that leaves the way clear for this man, Thomas Pieters.
Let me show you a spot again. I was up on this light patch here. Really like it.
One great thing about Adam, his caddy there, always
Holding off as in going that, not with the grain, no.
always positive, always gives his man a lift. What are you doing?
I mean, I'll probably be left edge of that light patch over here, a little high. Yeah, that's just lower. Yeah, I like that.
The caddy likes the line. Do you like the 5 to 1 for him to make this?
Well, he's been a bit unfortunate. The last couple of putts he's completely misread. So the putting confidence may not quite be there, but it's certainly one of those you think, well, might make one of these every now and again. Let's see if he can get the line right. That's tracking better. Go on, keep turning.
Well, it's one of those that just looked like it was working its way into the hole and straightened in the last couple of feet.
Straightened as it died. We've seen that a number of times. A bit more pace may well have holed it.
Those putts that Peters was holding early as well were going in with a bit of speed. He's now just not quite getting the ball past the hole when it doesn't go in. Minwoo Lee has. So no birdie, having taken the aggressive play off the tee to try and force the ball as far down the hole as he can, finding that fairway bunker. That was pretty much the view that Lee had out of that bunker for his second shot. Ian Poulter, on the other hand, well, knock it over on to the right-hand side in the desert and then stick it to 4.5 feet.
Yeah, and not an overly difficult putt either from this side of the hole. A little bit of movement maybe left to right, so it's not going to be outside the hole, left of centre.
One putt's the green, just a shade under 45% of the time. That's the second best record on the PGA Tour. This would be a one putt for birdie.
Probably went in pretty straight. The pace very firm there. Would have taken out any line.
So Poulter gets under par for the tournament. Another look at that superb shot, Ryan.
Yeah, it's the strike's so important on there. You have to, off sand, make sure you perfect contact. Certainly had that. Bit of cleaning up from Minwoo Lee. Makes his par.
Morning again. Morning. Right.
Perfect view.
There's the difference. Poulter was on sand but could hit a full shot. He was in sand 71 yards. It's a fiddly distance. Yeah. That's why it's so hard, because he couldn't hit a full shot.
Yeah, it is. With that it will hit it quite a bit left and right. Yeah.
Just that middle of the green, the better ball.
Yeah. Even more reason to try and pitch it 76. Yeah.
Peter stays at 4 under par. That's where he's been for a little while now. Paul Casey, he's the man putting the pressure on Rory McIlroy at this stage in the DP World Tour Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast, live from the Earth Course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. Seeing some fantastic action. Ian Poulter, part of our coverage. This is him on the 12th tee.
Better swing there. Not quite throwing himself at it. I think that's one of the things that so many players these days trying to increase their arm speed, their club head speed. If you try and do that but put the speed in too soon, you end up not being as fast where you want to be, which is down at the bottom of the impact area. The really good players never look like they hit it, do they? It's because the arms are able to swing down and you get maximum whip and speed out the bottom where the ball is.
This is a guy who gets plenty of whip and speed at the bottom, Minwoo Lee. Flirting with that bunker on the left.
Yeah, just like
I think he's just missed it to the left, so might have gone away with that one. Oh, there it is, just up on the top side of the bunker, just above it. 13th hole, pin 6 on and 6 from the right. Who's getting nearest the pin, Warren?
Higo.
Oh, I'll go Peters then. Narrow favourite.
Again, that he stiffed it on the last hole. Well, the door is open.
Yeah, half a club long, but sensible, given if you do go a little bit left of the flag, it does take that bunker out of play.
Can I now go for Peters?
I'm afraid not.
It doesn't work like that, does it?
I've already nailed my colours to the mast. Well, it's not a terrible shot from Higo. Yeah. It might still win, but Peters has been good. 9 out of 12 greens hit. Nice balanced finish. I'm quite liking this in the air. Oh, that's close.
I think it's Higo.
I'm not sure. I'm going to reserve judgment until we get up to the green and get an official distance for each of them. And we'll see who putts first. I should have let you change to Peters. That would have...
Yes.
You could have been really heartbroken if you'd have predicted Higo, change to Peters.
Yeah, and lost out.
Got done by about a foot.
Yeah.
These are the projected Race to Dubai rankings as the DP World Tour Championship stands right now into the second day. The early starters onto the back nine, but quite a few players yet to get out on the course. Rory McIlroy in pole position in the tournament. That would leap him up to 4th. But Collin Morikawa, after that opening 68, would be doing enough to become the first American to win the Race to Dubai. Positive moves for Christian Besaiden out, Joachim B. Hansen as well. It could be a hell of a finish to his season. He was outside the top 60 in the Race to Dubai. The Dane heading into last week's Aviv Dubai Championship. He could finish inside the top 20. Thomas Peters, who we're watching, another man making moves up to 25th. Johannes Veerman heading upwards as well. Maronk, we mentioned him already, brilliant for Polish golf. Always great to see players breaking through from emerging golfing nations. Martin Keimer, who we had in our European Tour Betcast coverage, another one heading in the right direction in these projected Race to Dubai standings. So a slice of good fortune for Minwoo Lee, just left of that bunker. Ian Poulter in the fairway.
Long way back at 212 and uphill. It's going to play at least sort of a 220, 225 distance.
What are we going? Total? Total is 219. Okay, got it.
Well, they're working on 219, so it's got to be a 4-iron. He's made a pretty good impact at that, launched it high into the air, which is what you need. Again, one of those good shots from Poulter, but not near the hole, not near enough to really good birdie chance.
It's going to be tough for Lee to get it close from here, so you have to favour 9-4 on for the par.
I think par's a good bet, even at 4-9. So I don't think you can get too close from here coming from the rough, but should be able to get it on the green.
Yeah, it's a decent lie as we saw, so although it might have just caught a flyer.
Well, it'll be a good par now. And it is Peters putting first for the 2. Higo being the closest.
Now I'm just really wishing I'd have let you change your mind. A little bit shy of pace again for Peters, just falling below the hole, but a safe lag. It will be a very stress-free tap-in for his 3.
Here you go. Also quick putt down the slope. Yep.
It's a good pin, that, on the par 3. If you want to get it close, you've got to back yourself to get it into that front little portion of the green. Anything pulled and you're in the bunker. And if you just favour going half a club or a club longer to be on the safe side, you're left with that pretty slick putt down the slope. The winner this week at the DP World Tour Championship will get something like $3 million. It's come a long way since the prize funds when you were out on tour, hasn't it, Warren?
Don't remind me. Yeah, it's good though. Lots of really good things have changed over the years. Not only prize money, but the facilities for both players, caddies. Much better for spectators, VIP areas, hospitality units. I mean, the whole shebang. The fact that now, you know, there are other opportunities being added this year for players with disabilities and the Challenge Tour. Really good moves in golf.
Yeah, the inclusivity is a vital part of the strategy and the plans for the future of the DP World Tour Championship. We've got the Edgar European Tour event happening this week as well, their season finale. The European Disabled Golfers Association, mixed events on the schedule where the men and the women play together as well.
Slowish putt up the hill, can be bold. Mind you, he is bold normally. Yeah. I'd be happy with 4 on 12.
I like to think you blazed the trail for all of these improvements, Warren. I always enjoy hearing about having to take your own practice balls with you around the world, go and hit them, and then your caddy would pick them up for you.
Well, now they have yardage books now. We used to take our own wheels and measure the course ourselves, and Bernard Langer used to not only have a wheel but had a rope so he could measure across water hazards.
Absolutely brilliant. So 61% for scrambling this week for Minwoo Lee. Got that blade way open here.
I do remember in the early days going to Europe. At the end of the tournament, you used to queue up at a kiosk and you were paid your prize money in a brown envelope. So, you know, whatever the local currency was, whether it's pesetas or lira or francs, German marks, whatever, paid cash.
Never mind a brown envelope, you need a brown suitcase for $3 million this week. Minwoo Lee and Ian Poulter both tidy up for their pars. Tell you, race to Dubai #1, Collin Morikawa has started his day with a birdie 3 at the first.
Yes, can you imagine today if they were paid out in cash? You need security.
I was going to say, you might get a few shady characters waiting just outside the golf club as the players were leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, there we can see that opening birdie for Morikawa gets him within 2 of Rory McIlroy. Jeff Winter 3 under through 4 as well. Good job he got out of that locked toilet the morning of the final round when he won. Otherwise he wouldn't even be here. He wouldn't have qualified without that win. A big finish there. And he's right in contention again.
Yeah, he was locked in the bathroom there for about 45 minutes, wasn't it? It must have been a worrying time.
Jamie Donaldson back to pretty full fitness after a few wrist issues and bits and pieces. The gold stars there denoting previous Rolex Series winners. Someone will add a gold star to their CV this week at the DP World Tour Championship. So we're playing tough today, the 13th, Warren.
Well, it's an awkward flag, isn't it? Anytime they put it on the front, you can see that false front. Anything coming up a little short runs all the way back down. Bunkers very deep. So anything going in those, always tricky to get it up and down. If you do go long, then you're left with a really tough, fast putt coming back down the hill. So it's a small area that the players have to aim for if they want to get close to the flag.
Story of Ian Poulter's week, that really. 9 out of 12 greens hit, but not enough of them close to the hole, and 5-1 on for the par. Well, we've not seen a birdie here yet today, and that's reflected in 9-1. Pretty lengthy odds for a birdie.
Stay in the air. Stay in the air.
So he knew the moment he hit it, it was not matching what he could see in his mind's eye, so he knew it was short. So tricky. Sometimes you go out on the course and wherever you hit it, it's the perfect number for you. And then another day you'll go out and you'll have 18 shots into the green and you'll just always be in between clubs and it's never quite right. And then you get on the wrong side all the time. Just scoring becomes tricky.
Can Minwoo Lee add to that single shot inside 10 feet today?
Stay in the air.
That's an absolute crackerjack. Won't be too many better than that today, that's for sure. Beautiful shot, should be a 2.
Yeah, knocked it in close, but just past the hole, so still a little quick and a little bit of swing on there. Of course, you'd expect a player of his calibre to hole it, but
you wouldn't give it.
I certainly wouldn't give it if we were playing match play, that is for sure. Let's have another look at how his ball got there, though.
Really good move at that, stayed nicely up the back of the ball, really good balance again, didn't fall off it.
Yeah, he's hung on in there pretty well today, Minwoo Lee. Doesn't feel like he's been in complete control of his swing. As you said at the start of the day, hits it a long way, but can be wild.
I hear they wanted to call a referee, or was that just in jest?
I certainly heard the word referee mentioned.
Maybe it's just because they're having to wait. They want to jivvy the guys up ahead. Maybe they're thinking they're a little on the slow side.
Well, that man, Garrick Higo, having a brilliant year. Let's have a look at his 3 wins. Gran Canaria Lopasan Open.
Garrick Higo has won for the 2nd time on the European Tour, and he's won comfortably as well in the end by 3 shots.
There's
sensational stuff from Garrick Higo, a hole-in-one. wonderful performance, who secures a second victory in the space of just 3 starts.
I'm sure Gary Player is watching. Oh, no question. A huge influence for this young man. Garrick Higgo is South Africa's newest sensation in professional golf.
Those 3 wins coming in the span of just 5 starts earlier this summer.
Dangerous shot here, coming from the rough, water all the way down the right. It's a big old hit here to get home.
13 to 10 birdie or better.
Now, oh dear me. Oh, he's got some shot now with the flag on the front. In a very small neck, there's just nowhere to aim that pitch shot.
There's a big old mound that just kicks into that green that he's got to carry it over as well. So 6 to 5 on birdie or better. Just an iron in the hands though of Garrick Higgo.
Just under 260 he's got to the hole. That may have found the right-hand bunker, but it's got a chance from there to make birdie. I'd rather be where he is than where Thomas Pieters is, that's for sure.
Longest drive of the day on this 14th for Garrick Higgo at 344. Well, those are some pretty impressive distances out there. Pieters wasn't too far behind him either.
He was nearly at the hole there before the ball actually dropped.
We've seen him go after the putts pretty swiftly on 2 or 3 occasions, and with those short ones, a big stride, and he almost beats the ball to the hole. But the ball did go 6 inches under, so a lovely 2 for Minwoo Lee. The first birdie on that hole today.
Yeah, so he moves a couple shots ahead of Ian Poulter's score for the day, which is pretty much what we thought might happen. He might come out the better of the 2.
Birdie start for John Catlin. Oh, they're queuing up behind Rory McIlroy now, aren't they? Not too long until the Northern Irishman gets out onto the course.
I just have the feeling that Rory could win this tournament going away by some margin.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic record here. Won in his last start as well. So carrying good form, McIlroy. I'm expecting big things from him next year, I think. It's obviously not gone quite the way he would have wanted over the last couple of years. I think he'll be a factor again in the majors in 2022.
Big call, big call. What's it now, 7 years since he's won a major?
He's overdue, he's overdue.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see him win the Masters. I'd love to see him get the Grand Slam.
I mean, that would be huge. Billy Horschel not going down without a fight in terms of that Race to Dubai Challenge, 4 under par today. So Morikawa still with the advantage, but Horschel bouncing back well after yesterday. Now there's Ian Poulter, part of our Betcast coverage. Garrick Higgo as well, level par for the tournament. Tough start for Tommy Fleetwood, 3 over for the first 7.
Now, what is the news for Pieters? 104 feet away. What's that, 30-something yards? 35 yards or so. But look at the angle, he's just got nothing to aim at. Probably coming off a downslope.
If he goes straight at the flag, it's quite difficult just to keep the ball on the green, isn't it?
I don't think he's looking from there. So where he's standing now is, he thinks that's about the best place he can get to. So if he goes, well, if I get it there, that's the sort of putt I have. If I'm going to get it here, that's the sort of not even looking at the pin from where he is. He's got no chance.
So would he be looking for the fall line, essentially, where the straightest putt would be that he could leave, even though he's not able to go at the pin?
Yeah, I think he's just thinking, well, you know, what are my options? What are my margins here? The one thing you learn as a golf pro, you play the odds. You know, occasionally you're forced to take things on you don't want to, and therefore you'll play against the odds. But 9 times out of 10, here he knows if he plays a reasonable shot, gives himself a 25-footer, he's got a chance to make 4. If he goes for the shot, he could make 6. He could make 4, but he could make 6 or worse. So why do that? So play the odds.
Yeah, so important not to compound the error with another one.
No. Oh, bite, 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 bite. There you go. Well, okay, he knows now he shouldn't make more than par. Got a chance for the birdie. Take your medicine, move on.
Yeah, sensible decision making from Thomas Pieters, and excellently described how they weigh that up by Warren. It doesn't look like he's in a bunker with this practice swing.
No, missed out, but should still be able to get some height on this. Yeah. He was probably even hoping for something better, but he played it really well. Excellent chance for the 4, should make it.
Yeah, just landed it on the apron of the green, just a few inches further and he'd have been on the putting surface. Perhaps that's just the difference between getting it to the hole or just leaving it that little bit short there. He does like a birdie fest. His 2 wins on the European Tour this season came with a record-breaking score of 27 under par and 25 under par. That PGA Tour win was a 19 under par winning total. So when there are eagles and birdies about, Garrick Higgo, a very dangerous man. So 8-1 on for the par. That's a 2-putt from here for Thomas Pieters. 15-2 that he holds it. Wow, 22-1 bogey or worse, so that's a 3-putt or more. I really can't see him 3-putting from here. He has been a touch light of pace on the greens on the last few holes.
Well, he's played this hole 7 out of the last 8 times he's played it. But he did have a run a few years ago where he couldn't stop making 6 on the hole, 3 6s on the bounce. But outside chance for 4. God, I'd love him to make it. Go on! It would have just... It's a pity. I mean, he went for the second shot, tried to take it on, knew he couldn't go right, so just guarded against it. Blade turned over. Might have been the time to actually lay up, give himself a wedge in. I'd have been a bit more attacking.
Yeah, those 5 birdies all came in the first 6 holes for Thomas Pieters. It's been all aboard the par train since then.
It's all right, he will make a birdie. I'm sure he'll make a birdie before the round is out. Now this is a bit longer than I thought from the other angle.
4 to 5 on that it goes in though.
He does hole out well. He's got some eyes, hasn't he? He must have great vision.
So Higgo back to 1 under par for the tournament. Back down in the fairway. 295 yards to go for Ian Poulter. Well, Minwoo Lee at 287. It's reachable for him.
Do we not second guess ourselves here? Should we just do what we're doing? I'm happy. Okay. Just a nice one at that scoreboard.
So I think he would have, it'd be like Peters, he would have the power to take it on, but he's actually decided to lay it up because that front flag is so hard to get at, and trust his luck at getting up and down with a decent wedge shot. But he needed to hit the fairway.
Yeah, 6 to 5 that he does make birdie or better here. I think that might have popped back into the fairway just about behind that hill, but still a tricky angle for him into that pin. Lee is going to go for it.
Yes.
With 3-wood.
I don't know where you actually pitch this with this club to actually get it to settle on that front flag.
You're almost best just playing to leave it slightly short and right.
Oh yeah. Good.
Oh wow, he likes it. Oh my goodness me, what a shot that is. What a shot.
Yeah, pitch it somewhere around there, so rewarded for his aggression the last couple.
The best he's got, it's what, 35, 40 feet past. It's so hard to get close. I wonder how Rory will play that hole. Worth another look. It seemed to like it. The moment it was in the air, he said, oh, be good. But look where it pitches. Just a bit short of the flag.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room there to pitch it any shorter than that, so you've just got to accept that it is going to release up into the green, and you'd rather have that look at eagle and then 2 putts for birdie as opposed to trying to scramble from where Thomas Peters was over the back, or even where Garrick Higgo was, even though he got up and down.
Now, Higgo might better drive this on the green. No, it's 371, but it's probably only about 340 to the front, only. Oh, he's lucky. He might just have got off the bark.
I think being left-handed, he'll probably be stood on the bark, but the ball on the grass, which is much more preferable.
Peters also out with the driver. So much depends where they put the flag here. If they put a front flag and tuck it just over the bunker, then a lot of people would probably lay up. Even so, that's going to be no easy shot. Flag is only on 14, and it is tucked behind the left-hand bunker.
Morikawa adds a birdie at the second as well. Jeff Vinters picked up another. So 6 under par for those pair. JB Hansen coming in off the back of a win. Warren, is it easy just to ride the crest of a wave in that kind of situation, or are you inevitably going to be a little bit tired, and the exertions of being in contention, winning and maybe celebrating a little bit might have taken it out of you?
Oh, I think if you've won, you're obviously playing well. I think you should always carry on playing, ride out the good form.
Be right, the call from Ian Poulter. You're right, Ian, it is just a touch long, but not too far. And even with the wedge there, you saw landing it just about pin high, maybe a yard past. Still got a little bit of release.
Yeah, but I think, you know, if players are in two minds, yeah, can I really get home with the 3-wood there? I think the layup is better to the front flag, because the miss, anything missed wide left or even wide long, you just have no shot.
12 eagles this season for Minwoo Lee. Grant Forrest leading the way, the Scotsman who got his first European Tour win this year has 19 of them. Adrian Moronk 18. Oliver Wilson 17. That's not necessarily a name I would have expected to see at the top of the Eagle stats.
No, not at all. Not when you consider how he's played for the rest of the holes.
Not one of the longer hitters either, Oliver Wilson.
No.
It's 41 feet that Minwoo Lee will have.
It was harder for him too, Minwoo Lee. Debut performance here in this particular tournament, so doesn't have the wealth of experience that Poulter has in playing round here. So although he's had the practice rounds and played one round yesterday, it's still a course I think you need to learn the vagaries of it, how you should handle certain pin positions on certain days. I think this one is particularly tough.
14-1 that he holds the putt. I wonder if playing with Ian Poulter, albeit they do hit the ball into slightly different places and play the game a little bit differently, but how much could Min-Woo Lee pick up from just seeing the type of spots that Ian Poulter's favouring and how he plays this course with all his experience?
I get the feeling he would even give him a glance. I mean, it's just a different game. I mean, they're poles apart in the way they play. It'd be like comparing a Formula One racing car to a Bentley or a Rolls.
Oh, I was wondering where you were going with that. I was thinking, what are you going to call Ian Poulter? So the 41-foot eagle putt is on its way for Min-Woo Lee. So it won't be another eagle to add to the stats, but he should have guaranteed himself a 4 there.
Why did you think I was thinking that Min-Woo Lee was the racing car, Formula One racing car?
Power.
You're right.
I just wondered if Ian Poulter was going to be a Morris Minor or something, but no, you went with Bentley. I like it.
Went with cruising. Well, this looks tight lie here, but it's a good angle to come in. Look where Peters has hit his.
You did say he'd get another birdie before the end of the day, and it might be along rather quickly.
Yeah, he must have played a fabulous second, because it would have been tricky yardage. Wouldn't have had one you would have had to have fiddled a little. No birdie for Poulter. So by laying up, didn't work in his favour in the end, but he gave himself the chance. That's what I like. I think the thinking was right.
I mean, that approach had worked on the previous par 5s, playing to his strengths. He'd birdied the first couple doing it that way.
Yeah. But this is the difference. The youngster pitching it on the green, having the eagle putt, but just a formality for the birdie.
Back-to-back birdies it is for Min-Woo Lee. Good start to the back 9. 3 shots picked up and he is 3 under par.
Yes, the bunkers in the middle of the fairway, causing the players all sorts of problems. How do they go about it? Peters hitting his pitch shot inside 4 feet. This just inside 23 feet for Higo.
Again, powering it through the break.
It's another one, isn't it? People say, oh, we should always hit it sort of so it gets to the hole, so if you miss it, goes past. The thing is, if it goes past, you've missed it. If you're short, you've missed it. If you're left, you've missed it. You know, it's...
Yeah, the pace and the break have got to be married up correctly.
Yep.
It's always been one that's confused me, that, especially you hear it in match play when, you know, you've got a putt to nothing essentially. Oh well, give it a little bit extra to make sure. I don't see that one myself. You still need to see it with the right pace to hole it. The quicker it's travelling when it goes past the hole, the smaller in reality that hole is for it to drop. So, putt for Higo.
The only thing you learn if you hit it past the hole with the first putt is you can see the break coming back. I remember playing in a Pro-Am tournament in days gone by at a club, the RAC club at Epsom in England, and they went, oh, we're going to make the hole 5 inches. I went, oh, I'm going to hole 18 putts in a row. I think, a hole 3 or 4. I could not read them because, like you say, I tried to hit everything harder because I thought, well, as long as I get to the hole. But I couldn't read the break at that pace, and it was just, in the end, it became so frustrating.
Peters does finish off that fine approach. His first birdie since the 6th hole, the 6th of the day, and he's up into a tie for 4th on 15 under par with 3 holes left to play.
Out with the iron. Down the left side. Ooh.
He's had a couple missed left today off the tee.
Missing left with an iron too. The one thing you want to do if you take an iron, you should be hoping you stay and hit it on the fairway. Short and crooked is never good.
That landing area, even for the layup, you don't see a lot of it off the tee though. It doesn't look like it's as big as it is.
Oh, now, do you think he's going to try and go down the right side over the first bunker but right of the second? Or is he actually going to go left? It looks like he's aiming left.
Might have found its way into the sand.
Or maybe just short.
Right now, please, thank you.
Now coming to an exciting stroke. 16, really good par 4. It is birdieable, but water short and long and right of the green.
Yeah, it's a green that's really wide and really shallow as well, split into 2 parts by a ridge running down the middle of it.
Bunker in the middle of the fairway to avoid. You do want to be on the fairway here. Flag is right today. Narrow section of the green. Need to be able to control the length of the shot. Going to be hard to control the length coming from the rough.
Nine to 2, birdie or better for Higo on the 16th. Nice little kick off the bank next to the bunker there, and that's a fantastic spot to be playing his second shot from.
Yeah, but he will be looking at water the entire way. Have you mentioned the little stars on the leaderboard?
Yeah, the Rolex Series wins.
Yes.
Very lucrative and prestigious tournaments to have on the CV. This the 4th and final of the Rolex Series events this year.
1 star means you've won 1 Rolex event. See 2 stars up there. You know they've won a couple.
Tyrrell Hatton's got 4 of them next to his name.
Yeah.
Jason Scrivener with a good start. 3 under, 2/3 of the way through his round, 4 under par for the tournament. Both the Hogard twins inside the top 14 and ties. Well, Rasmus was the quickest out of the blocks with a couple of wins. He's now got 3 in total. Nikolai Hogard got in on the act in Italy not too long ago.
How proud do you think his parents are?
Incredibly, I would imagine.
I would imagine. Imagine have your twins both on tour, both winners, both get on well.
Yeah, well, Nikolai was touted as perhaps the slightly better of the 2 when they turned pro.
4 star, I can see 4 stars.
There they are. 4 stars for Tyrrell Hatton, but tough day at the office. 1 over par through 10, 1 under par for the tournament. And it did find the bunker, so not ideal this for Poulter.
Well, he's played a couple of very good shots from sand today, notably on the 11th, not from a bunker, but from a wasteland area. See if he can find the right number here.
Well, if he hits this one as close as he did that one, I'm going to tell him to start aiming for the sand.
Okay, on the dance floor.
Like a 10 to fall, or do you just like fall?
I was thinking full.
Just kind of like maybe just off full.
Yeah, just off, just a meter or two off full.
Obviously, would want to be a bit long.
Yeah.
He's in that thicker bladed grass there, isn't he? You saw from the close-up of the ball. Makes it a little bit trickier. So, what chances 13 to 10 the birdie or better, Warren?
Yes, trying to take something off this. Very easy to come out soft. Could end up in the bunker short, but no, that's okay. It's that tropical signal grass that's caused a lot of problems. Not quite so invasive on the earth course as the fire course on the other side of the clubhouse.
Yeah, just robbed him of a bit of spin there, coming out of that thick-bladed rough.
Now I'm interested in these next two shots. .172, but he's got a really good angle. See the water, it's got to come over that, but the water goes around the green and behind the green, and the flag is on that right side, so they've got to be spot on. Peters 149, but he's in the rough.
Yeah, he's got to go up over those trees on that little island as well. That might obscure the view of the flagstick somewhat.
Well, I think Peters has got to aim almost over the right hand edge of that middle bunker, aim for the middle of the green and just let the contours take it back down the slope if he's got any sort of lie that he's worried about.
Multiple winners on the European Tour this year. This man is one of them. Also Collin Morikawa and Billy Horschel, the top two in the race to Dubai, heading into this 40th and final event of the season.
And they're also playing, they're a little bit high, they're playing down to the green, so height already built into this shot a little bit.
15 to 8 on for Higo to hit the green. You've got to fancy that with a decent angle from the fairway.
Yep, that's okay, just erring on the side of being short. Does give you an idea. This is not much to go at if he goes straight at the flag here for Peters.
Wow, I might be tempted to have a little nibble on 6 to 4 to miss it. Tough angle coming out of the rough to a shallow green.
Thrown it high, and he did go left. Gave himself a little bit more angle to play with there, a little bit more depth of green going left, so sensible.
Yeah, spot on. Great strategy from Peters there. If he'd have gone at the pin with that kind of shot, he would probably have just trickled out the back of the green, but just gave himself a little bit more wiggle room left of it.
Yeah, he knew the moment he'd gone after the tee shot and let it get away to the right, knew how much more difficult that second was going to be. 74
in the world rankings now, Thomas Peters. He's inside the top 50 in 2016 and 2017. That's where he should be, isn't it?
I'm going to have a little bet he's comfortably back inside the top 50 next year. I think he's going mentally, I think he's in a good place. His game's in a much better place. And I would not be surprised if he won a couple of times on tour next year in Europe.
I think you're absolutely spot on.
Well, I can't say Europe next year. Next year on the World Tour.
Absolutely. Minwoo Lee shaping up his birdie effort here.
Yeah, a little uphill. So a little bit extra required.
11 to 8 on, it's a 2-putt. 13 to 10, this one drops. And I think he knew early on he had neither pace nor line. Tricky putt this though for Peters. You can just see with those arrows just under 40 feet, but a bit of slope coming in very early in the putt.
Does give you an idea how big the green is though, because he's 40 feet away and he's on the right third of it. There's 2/3 of the green behind him.
You could give yourself a good 140-foot putt on this green, couldn't you?
You could if you got it wrong.
This might be the one I'm going to get you to hit later for that. See if you can hole one in 45.
Ah, okay.
I'm going to take you right out to the left-hand side of this green.
That's not sure that it'll allow us on the green, but
true. I'll have to find something similar back at Jebel Ali a bit later.
Doesn't have to worry too much about pace. At least this, you know, I quite like putts when you're going down a slope, down the grain, down the shine. You've got room once it runs out. You know, the balls shouldn't really get away from you. So it's, you almost think, oh, I just caress this off on the right line. Gravity helps.
2 putt for par is rightly 9-4 on favourite. That's what you would expect. I hate to say it, but I think the 3-putt bogey or worse, more likely than holing this one.
You could give this a run, you know. Going down the slope. Oh no, it's. Oh, that's another. Now that's a strange one. He's done a couple like that where he's misread the left to righters.
Well, I think this is the problem. A lot of the time, there's been break early in the putt when he's done that. He's not hit it quite hard enough. And when the break comes early, it really throws it offline that much more than if the break's coming later.
But you would think you'd better read that or see that. I mean, that's clearly a misread.
He's just not marrying up the pace. He's not quite hitting it hard enough, and
yeah,
might have expected more pace, therefore less break. But
I like the way you're thinking.
Can Higo make a better fist of this birdie effort? Well, 9-2. He's not holed anything of any significance for a little while. Putted great early in the round. Maybe this one is due. Oh, agonising. Tap in for Higo, and it's a par. He stays at 1 under, sorry, for the tournament.
See, Peters 5 under par for his round today. Best ever score on the course is 67, and you know, players do know. Do you know, I'd love to beat my best ever score, but he's right on the same mark. Now he's got to hold this.
Bogey free today to this point as well.
Yep.
And remains bogey free. No danger of that one coming up short or being light of pace. Bolted into the back of the hole. And Rory McIlroy has company. Jeff Vinter, 5 under par for the first 7. That gets him to 7 under par for the tournament. Thomas Peters now in what is a huge tie for third on 5 under. It's a great finish here at the Earth course, isn't it?
Oh, it's a terrific finish. It's so sporty. Gives you chances, but you've also got to play the holes really well. Par 3 short hole always come towards the end of the week. They tuck the flag away. 18. Exciting finish. You can make birdies and eagles, but if you get it slightly wrong, you can make doubles in a heartbeat.
Back at the start of this closing stretch of 3 holes, Minwoo Lee on the 16th tee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just, I mean, that's a monster tee shot. I mean, that is...
right edge.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's over 360 yards, I think. That little yellow dot on the fairway there. Was it 360?
365. It's past that. Don't think Ian Poulter will be chasing after that one.
Oh no, Minwoo Lee was able to take it straight over the fairway bunkers and get a little kick off of the downslope over it. No way that this man can do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Stay there, stay there. Yeah, that's excellent tee shot as well. You will not want that back.
This is how things stand right now in the projected Race to Dubai rankings. Collin Morikawa hanging on to that top spot. Sorry, this is how things looked going into this week. Narrow advantage for Morikawa, but after his good start to the week, he's in decent shape, looking at getting his hands on that big trophy. It is a big trophy, it's heavy. I had a go at lifting that up earlier in the week. You wouldn't want to go too far carrying it, and you need a big mantelpiece.
You obviously had a selfie taken.
Well, I was doing a little opening link for the Zoom virtual clubhouse earlier this week, and I got to stand next to it, couldn't resist.
Yes, I thought that might happen.
I was going to run off with it, but it was just too heavy.
Yes, I don't think we get too far. Rory McIlroy, 20th place coming in, but projected at the moment to be around about 4th. So he needs the other players to help him if he wanted to take both.
Fantastic season for Laurie Cantor. Still looking for that maiden European Tour victory, but getting himself into contention at ever more and ever bigger tournaments. Oh yeah, 354 the tee shot from Minwoo Lee. Decent one from Poulter as well, out there at 318. But Lee can attack this flag a little bit more now. 133 yards and a decent angle.
Okay, just got to take some
take
off.
5 off.
Yeah. Okay, so can you finish line here?
Just left of the pin.
Okay. 5 off the 9, just left of it.
Nine to 4 on that he hits the green, and you'd have to fancy him with a wedge, or I think a 9-iron was it, he said, in hand.
That's absolute guarantee, isn't it?
That is absolutely garbage.
Well, he hates it. Warren guaranteed it would hit the green.
I mean,
and it's garbage, but it's still on there, so that's why it was a guarantee.
Yeah, that's...
Don't get it right, there's some water over there.
That's just highlighting. We said really at the start of the day, we knew Poulter not here with his A game at all. He's probably B-.
118 is the pin.
9 to 4 on that Lee hits the green here. I guess the only real danger is that maybe he's a bit too aggressive in firing at it, but...
No, I don't think you need to smash it. I think it's just, with everything included, downslope, a little downwind.
It's 10 short, there's green 10 short, which is 108. Just a nice full one,
Nice one, yeah. Come on, bud.
I mean, this could just be a lob wedge. If he's going for 108 and he said full one, it wouldn't be a full gap wedge, so launched high in the air. Don't often hit full lob wedges, but I suppose it could be one of those intermediate gap wedges. So many players now carry 4
58 degrees
wedges.
maybe, as opposed to the 60 degrees just perhaps.
Yeah. Just depends what they want in the bag each week. There's a lot more shuffling around of clubs. Dean Burmester, for example, a driver, no fairway wood. Doesn't need it.
Well, as the irons do go further, if your pitching wedge is going 10 yards further than it was 5 years ago, or even perhaps a little bit more, that does open up bigger gaps in the bottom of the bag. So maybe you stick an extra wedge in and take something out from the top end, like Dean Burmester there with the no fairway woods, or you just change the spacing of the wedges that you've got.
Yeah, you're just, in the end, you're just fiddling around with the lofts, aren't you? I mean, a lot of these players, very few carry anything more than a 4-iron. 4-iron's usually their longest iron, and then that leaves room at the other end, the scoring end, because they're hitting it so much further off the tee. Loft comes into play, so carry 4 wedges. Wouldn't help the amateur golfer because they can't hit it 300 plus off the tee.
Just under 32 feet for Poulter. Just over 19 feet for Minwoo Lee. Might have hoped to have got that one a little bit closer, the Australian, after that fantastic drive. Well, we saw on the standings just a moment ago, he is in 5th spot. One of the players that can win the race to Dubai this season. But he needs a win. Currently 4 shots back of the lead, Lee, as we look back down to the 17th tee and Thomas Pieters.
That's a good shot. I'd like to see him hole that one, birdie the last. That really would help his chances this week.
Higo got himself an ace on the way to victory early this season. If he can do that here, that BMW M8 in the background will be his.
Still waiting for that. Myself dropped off the hill, so just give it a second.
Higo 11-2 for the birdie or better. Five to 2 on for par. A little bit wide to the left, but just about pin high.
Poulter then down the slope on 16. Let's see if he can do a better job of reading the green than Pieters did. I'm sure he will.
He didn't have quite so much of that shoulder of green to deal with, but it still just slides by on the low side. Poulter stays 2 under today. 1 under for the tournament. Minwoo Lee 5 to 1 to hole this one. It has been a really good back nine for him so far. 3 birdies, no drop shots. Made the turn in level par 36. Needs to travel. So a stonking drive, but Minwoo Lee has to settle for a 4 as well. Thomas Pieters just a couple of shots off of the lead, 6 under par today, the Belgian. As part of this European Tour Betcast coverage live from the DP World Tour Championship. Yeah, best part of 50 feet for Higo. Peters just inside 23 feet. Can he get his pace control back on track and get it to the hole, though?
Well, all those blue balls there around his would suggest, as they all missed, he doesn't have much chance, but there's always the chance you could upset the apple cart.
Yeah, if anyone's going to hole a long one, you'd think Garrick Higo would be amongst the front runners.
Well, I suppose there's another chance for another bet. Will he leave it short, or will it go past the hole? Odds on it'll go past the hole.
Well, from what we've seen over the last few holes, you would think Higo past the hole and Peters potentially a touch short, or at least just eking it hole high rather than going past with any pace.
Yeah.
"14 events since Garrick Higo won on the PGA Tour. No top 30s and 7 missed cuts in that span, so he has cooled off somewhat the second half of the year.
Well, his overall play on the short holes really good. I always think it's one of the key elements to see how good a player is, because it almost highlights how good they are with their iron play. Well, he's 7 under for the par 3s for the amount of golf that he's played on 49 rounds Higo's had. So he's played a substantial number of the 3s, and to be under par, that's always good news.
So the bookies think a 3-putt more likely than a 1-putt here. 20 to 1 for the 1-putt birdie, 6 to 1 for a 3-putt bogey or worse. We've seen 1 3-putt from Garrick Higo today. That's surprising enough. You wouldn't expect to see 2 from him in the same round, so he's got to go with 13 to 2 on, albeit very short odds favouring the par, but that's what I think we'll see.
Well, we got the first thing wrong. He's left it short. Well, what were the odds on that?
Thomas Peters 5 to 1 on for the 2-putt, 9 to 2, 1-putt for birdie.
So going by the fact that Higo's left it short, Peters must go long.
Well, and if Peters hits it with enough pace,
might go in.
The ones he's hit well today have tended to find the bottom of the cup when they've got there with enough pace.
Well, it is uphill initially. Looking for a little bit of right to left borrow on it.
Only played in 2 of the last 7 majors, Thomas Peters. Expecting him to be a fixture in them for his career when he made the breakthrough at the Ryder Cup. I think he'll be back in them next year. A good week here would go a long way to securing that.
No, I just don't get that. He signalled to his caddy, I'm going to aim over there, and then he aimed a good 18 inches further left than that.
I mean, it did break left to right from his perspective, but nowhere
near where he was pointing. I don't know what he was looking at there. That's kind of weird. That threw me completely.
And he did get it past the hole.
So he got it wrong on both counts. Crystal ball needs polishing. It just goes to show you it's not always easy to predict.
A little bit of concentration required just to make sure no silly mistakes here for Thomas Pieters.
Yeah, well done, straight in the heart.
So 6 under par for the day. Thomas Pieters looking like he could get his best ever round here at the DP World Tour Championship. Garrick Higgo just with any luck popping this in for his par. Yeah, never going to be a 3-putt, was it?
No. 3-putt, Higgo? No.
So 2 putts for par for both of the men in this group. And now just the 18th to go for them, the par 5. Rory McIlroy's started his day with a par on the first. I mean, he was the favourite coming into the week just about, Rory McIlroy. Certainly the favourite in play now, albeit Collin Morikawa will be running him close at the moment. He can go out and shoot something in the 60s again, McIlroy. Certainly if he could get into the mid-60s again, he could really open up this field, couldn't he? Obviously a lot of guys on 5 under par, 4 under par. Another sort of 65, 66, even 67 from McIlroy, and it starts looking like a bit of an uphill battle for some of the guys further down the leaderboard if they've got any chance of catching him.
Yeah, it'll be a big day to measure how McIlroy is feeling it.
So 12 to 1 that Minwoo Lee knocks this inside 10.5 feet. I think he'll hit a good one, not quite that close though.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, and I reckon that's probably about 20 feet-ish.
Yeah, and he hits 55% of the greens on par 3s in the European Tour events. It's quite a low figure, really. We go to 18, tee shot for Pieters. I thought they might have had it on a forward tee today, but it still looks as if they're using the back tee, so playing its full length.
Stop the right, don't call anything else but right to left.
A little bit of breeze up there, just coming from right to left. They are protected a fraction by the trees in the housing down the right.
Expecting a closing birdie here for Thomas Pieters, and you can get 7 to 5 for birdie or better. That's going left. Not too bad up there.
Yes, last couple of years that would have been a really bad position. The rough was mighty thick, but not so this year. Ryegrass hasn't come through. Temperatures have been so hot. Not the easiest tee shots. Water down that right, that creek in the middle of the fairway. Forces the players left. And that's in sand.
So neither player able to find the fairway on the 18th here. Adrian Ronks just made a 2 on the 4th. Hole gets himself to 6 under par. Well, it's been a sparkling round from Thomas Pieters. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights. This on the first, quick one, just about got it moving. But it tumbled in the front edge, dead centre. Good opening 3 for the Belgian.
2 really good shots to the par 5. First putt ran past the hole a little bit, but cleaned it up, nice birdie, so birdie start.
Tough par 3 this one, but a great tee shot that set up this one. He was getting the ball rolling well at the holes and that dropped.
This was one of his absolute crackerjack shots of the front 9, second to the 5th. Ooh, and it wouldn't have taken much more for that to go in for a 2.
This one did go in for a 2. It was 3 in a row and 5 birdies in the first 6 holes, as this one just took enough break at the end.
Yeah, 3 holes in 7 shots, 2-3-2 he went. And then really quite a long wait for the next birdie. He had to hold this putt though on the par 5, 7th, having been a bit wayward off the tee.
Yeah, that putt perhaps as important as any of the birdie putts for his momentum.
I didn't actually see that little shot first time round, but it was worth having a look at it now because that was an absolute gem. Birdied the 15th. Low round at the event, 67. That was round 4, 2018. 6 under for his round today, so heading for 66. He'd love another birdie. But it's going to be an awkward layup for him now. Again, fairway split, you can go down the right or you can go down to the left as you play the hole. But with the pin today, well, 3/4 of the way up the green and on the left side, you would think the obvious layup will be down the right. Give yourself a decent angle in. If he goes left layup, would leave a tougher 3rd shot.
You're chucking a bit of grass up in the air, Peters, but judging by the trees around him, just the lightest of breezes.
So he already knows what he's got the hand on the club. I want to pull that one out. Adam, just tell me that's the right club.
Yeah, often first instinct, normally the best thing to do, but chatting it through with the caddy, rightly so. Now, we've not seen Ian Poulter knock any bombs in today, nothing of any real significant length. Perhaps this is the moment on the 17th. It's 9-1 if you fancy this one is going to find the bottom of the cup. And it does.
Ian Poulter, take a bow. Wow.
Wow, you can't go through a full round of golf with Ian Poulter without him knocking at least one of those in, can you?
That's brilliant. Just keeps grinding it out. It's not been an easy day for him out there. He's only had the 1 bogey, but oh, he's been having to work hard all the time, and there's a good bit of reward. Yep, feeling the heat.
It was a similar story yesterday. I mean, only 3 bogeys, but only 2 birdies in that opening 73. So not making too many mistakes, but not circling the red numbers quite as often as he would like either. But a brilliant 2 there on 17. 8-1 on for the par, which is a 2 putt here. 7-1. He makes a 1 putt for birdie. That seems reasonably appealing. I think the camera angle is for shortening the distance somewhat, but well, 7-1, tempting.
Didn't we have at the start of the day that these would match each other for score?
The bookies had them exactly even Stevens in the odds in the hole in the match.
And they are both 3 under for the round.
Well, it's
par 5 to come.
A 3 for Minwoo Lee, so
that's going to be interesting. Last hole.
Well, we both said Minwoo Lee as well, of the 2 of them, would probably have the better day, favouring his distance.
Hard to get past those bookies. Now Higo was in sand. Where's he laying this up? Almost looked to be aiming straight down the water.
Yeah, brilliant.
That's perfect. Perfect. Just clip that off the top. Oh.
So I did wonder when you were saying about Peters laying up, I did think maybe he'll have a little go at this one, and he has got the 3-wood in hand. Just a little bit of mud on the ball.
Is in that tropical signal grass too. 311. Well, the only thing I can think of is if he's going to try and play the cut, leave it out, almost aim at the bunker, probably can't reach the bunker, and then it leaves a decent pitch in from the right side. But if he gets home from here, this will be some shot.
Maybe expecting it to fly.
It's a hooky lie.
Great strike.
Oh, it's... Oh, man, what a shot. What a shot that is from Peter. He's carried the water. I mean, 311 uphill. Please.
I mean, maybe he pulled it a little bit and was favouring something, like you were suggesting, out to the right, but it's come straight at it, carried the water. Let's have another look at this.
Oh, man alive. How did he go after that, though?
He gave it some, didn't he? But he gets his rewards.
And this is the Peters of old. This is the Peters we saw when he played his first Ryder Cup, full of confidence and going for things. Brilliant. Shot of the day for me. Ooh. Even beats the wedge shot. That's
That's a big call. No, I like the bravery to take it on and the execution as well.
Yeah, yeah, full marks for me for that one.
Ian Poulter back on the 18th tee.
Miss everyone.
Well, that was a serious shout from Poulter. Good that he did make that nice and loud. All the spectators knew it was coming their way. He's managed to keep it on the grass, not over into that desert area, which could be a very big bonus. So interestingly, that par is the favourite for Minwoo Lee here at 5-4 on with his distance on this par 5. 6-4, birdie or better, surely, Warren.
That's a tough old hole, but yeah, a bit surprised. They know a thing or two. It's not going to be... Oh, it's going to be fine now. It's not on the bark, not on the soft sand. Underneath that bark is all sand, and oh, you just get wicked lies. Can't get the club behind the ball at all.
Enjoyed seeing that bark get painted earlier in the week. A big sort of hose of red paint they were just spraying all over it.
Yeah, which sometimes makes it look as if there's soil underneath the bark, but it's actually just coloured sand. So this is... See how much it is uphill.
Yeah, because that's 55 there.
64, it's way up to 67, so we've got 67 and 68.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, mate.
You go 50. You go like
Perfect. See you, shot.
Perfect. See your shot. The last 4 words uttered to Garrick Higo by the caddy.
It needs to pitch this well up. Pinch stuck over a little plateau, so he can't afford to come up short. Pitch this past the hole. Ooh, he pitched it over the plateau. It's okay. I've seen those before from there. Pitch on that top level, and they spin it back down, and it gathers some pace, and you can be right at the front of the green.
Yeah, did well to take a bit of spin off it.
Man at the front of the green there, former Ryder Cup player Nicholas Colsaerts, doing a little bit of on-course commentary for our colleagues in the feature group.
Yeah, no doubt he'll have enjoyed following his compatriot today, Thomas Pieters.
Yeah. Maybe getting the juices flowing himself again, maybe thinking I should be out there doing this. Colsaerts, in his prime, one of the longest drivers of a golf ball on tour. Makes the game look very easy from tee to green, but has always suffered a little bit around the green in terms of his chipping and pitching and putting.
One of the purest strikers of a long iron you could ever hope to see, Nicholas Colsaerts. It was a majestic thing to watch, seeing him whip away 3 and 4 irons and shape them at will as well.
Did ask him what he used to think of, you know, when you see himself hit the ball, and he said, well, he said, every time I see myself on screen, always looks as if I'm hitting it harder than I feel I'm hitting it, because I feel I only just tap it. And I'm going, thank you, Nicholas, that's not what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, I feel like I'm only just tapping it out there, 330.
He said, I always play my best when I feel I'm not trying to hit it. Now,
65 feet, the eagle putt for Pieters. Well, 28 to 1 that he holds it. It would be a grandstand finish if he does.
Again, he seemed to be signaling he was going to give this a lot of right to left break, but does it really go right to left?
Pretty straight, but I think he knows he hasn't hit it.
That's a missed strike. Come up that far short. It's not come off the centre of the blade. May have undercooked it as well, so a bit of both. Not hitting it hard enough and not getting it out of the centre of the putter.
Yeah, the wonderful second shot, and even though Higo chose to lay up, played it the safer way, it's the South African who has the shorter birdie putt.
Well, the last thing you'd want to do, having played such an imperious round, finish with a 3-putt. It is a birdie putt that he faces. It's going to be his best ever round on this course.
9 to 5. This one goes in. Are you all aboard with that, Warren?
Yeah, I'm going to say hole it. Come on, Thomas.
Turn. Oh. So it is going to be a 3-putt par for Thomas Pieters to end. Frustrating, no doubt, after that wonderful and brave second shot to get it up onto the green. But it does mean it's a bogey-free round. 6 birdies, 66, his best ever at the DP World Tour Championship. That gets him to 5 under par and right back in this tournament. Did mention earlier, often framing how your day's gone or how a particular shot has ended up can be important. Vital that Pieters takes the many positives from today and doesn't linger on that slightly disappointing finish. 7 to 4 on for Garrick Higo.
Fancy Higo to finish out this one. Yeah, doesn't miss too many of them. What a really good 4, considering he was in the fairway bunker. Good stuff.
So, started and finished the front 9 with a couple of bogeys, but ultimately a decent 69 for Garrick Higo, and that moves him to 2 under par for the tournament. Well, we both sided with Pieters as well in the head-to-head today, Warren, and the Belgian did get the job done.
Yeah.
As we said, carrying the better form into the week of the two.
I think he's going to be some way behind McIlroy. McIlroy's birdied the second hole to go clear again. I think he's certainly going to be into double figures today. It's just a question of what that number's going to be.
Yeah, Jeff Vinter, his nearest challenger, Collin Morikawa, lurking ominously 2 shots back of the Northern Irishman. Martin Keimer, who we had in our Betcast coverage yesterday, shooting a good 4 under par. He's got a birdie early on today as well. Minwoo Lee, well, we'll be seeing him finish off on 18. He's 3 under for the tournament. Garrick Higgo just made the birdie there to break 70-69, 2 under par. Ian Poulter in a little bit of trouble on 18 after his tee shot. Tommy Fleetwood going the wrong way. Patrick Reed, level par for the day, level par for the tournament. 3 holes left to play for him. So both Lee and Poulter opting to lay up with their second shots here on 18. And this is Poulter from 131 yards.
Oh, right in his wheelhouse, this. Certainly be looking to get this one cosy.
You're right.
Pretty good.
You're right.
Yeah.
6-4, birdie or better before he hit that. Bookies will be a little worried.
I thought he was going to get a bit of spin. It actually went forward. Really surprised.
But it kind of switched when we were on the par 3 tee. It's kind of done this since we got off.
So 119.
119.
Are we doing any win then?
I don't think we're playing any right now, but.
Again, the par, the favourite.
Maybe just like that,
A little bit of indecision about the wind.
Pink shirt? Yeah, just there.